Okay, everybody, welcome to Hyper Game Dev. Yes. Let's boot Godot up. Let's do this. Welcome, everybody. My name is Lise, and this is Hyper Game Dev. It is where I do live streams learning how to make games, because that's what I love doing. I love learning how to make games. I'm very early in my journey in so many ways, especially in regards to Godot. So I'm going to be taking it slow, trying to figure things out. And yeah, text code is not something I'm very used to, so I'm really going to want to concentrate hard on getting that done. So we'll see how that goes. Who do we got in the house? We got Novid hanging out with us. Welcome, Novid. Hello. We got Frank Franz with the cute little puppy dog. Last week, we got started on the Hello World program. I actually just booted up Godot. In the time that we were sitting here, I just booted Godot up and I just loaded the project, and it's gonna be like that. No problem, super easy. I love to see it. We started this Godot journey last week with a Hello World sim. That was it. Just keeping it really simple, and it turned out pretty well, honestly. I'm like pretty happy with it. Like, it's better than the Hello World thing I put together when I first was learning Unity. So that says a lot. And there was a suggestion at some point, once we had it done, from Hey It's Daryl, to try a dating sim. And I thought that was interesting because it technically kind of grows from the idea of, like, you know, this whole, talking, right? Just saying hello world. And kind of what made this hello world a little special was that, is that it has a response. There's a hello from the world back to the person. So maybe we can go further with that. So that's kind of the idea. I'm used to visual scripting. When I started learning Unity, I did not go to C#. I was doing visual scripting because I like it. I like to see the flow in a pretty non-text way. But you know what? I'm starting to appreciate the value of text code more and more and more. I come from a community of people who use this program on the PlayStation called Dreams, and it has some very, very visual scripting. Look at all these beautiful, beautiful gadgets and nodes. Oh, I love it, but that's not today. I also, on Mondays, I do Unreal Engine at 2 p.m. Eastern, where I still do visual scripting. That's the last remnant of the visual scripting right now on Hyper Game Dev is Unreal Engine blueprints. So you can catch me doing that at 2 p.m. Eastern on Mondays. But today, no, we're continuing the Godot journey from Hello World to, from the Hello World to Hello World to Hello. This is a lot of twos. Okay, from Hello World to Hello World to Hello Game. That's a lot of twos. That doesn't flow nice. But you get the idea. Yes, that's me right now, right here. Let's try to make a game out of this. Now, a dating sim, I don't know. I see we had Loporian Industries come through the chat earlier. And what was the suggestion? My Little Pony dating sim. Wow, that's very specific. I don't have any knowledge of My Little Pony. I don't have any knowledge of My Little Pony, so that is not something I am capable of doing. But you should do it. You should do it. Or some variation. I'm thinking, so here's what I'm thinking, y'all. What I'm thinking is maybe not a dating sim, okay? But here's the thought that I had was, what if it's a friendship sim? I don't know, dating sim just feels a little like, I don't know, I'm partnered up, I'm like in a marriage in my real life, you know, like dating just isn't something that I really think about much anymore. So, but friendship, we all can use friends. We all need friends. So I'm thinking maybe we make it a friendship sim. That's where I'm going with it. But I don't know. I want to know what you guys think. Frank says Godot has a cute face. It does have a cute face. It does have a cute face, and it's our character. So this is the code we left off on, and here's the game that we left off on. And we've got double cute faces. Double cute faces. Just as a reminder, this is what the game is. It beckons you to say hello somehow. And you know, this isn't gonna be, I'm gonna actually change that but just for the sake of last week's stream, it was just, you got to figure out what button to press. And it's the affirmative buttons. You got spacebar, enter, E, you know, things like that. So if you press, let's say spacebar, wait, we got to be clicked in there. There we go. Press spacebar. It says hello world. It says hello from back. And then it knows to say, now say goodbye somehow. And for this, you just press the like negative buttons like escape or backspace. So let's do backspace, goodbye world, goodbye friend. And then it asks you to leave and it closes. That was the game that we left off with. Now, this is a very simple microcosm of a game that works for our learning purposes. But I want to take it a little beyond that. So we're probably going to break down some of the things that we did, and you're going to have to get some more complexity in here. What I want is there to be multiple characters that you can talk to, and you have to build up a friendship with them or not. And then, okay, my idea gets a little wild here. And then there's like a phone app. All right, you're a character who has a phone app that you downloaded. You're lonely, you download a phone app, and it tells you go make, 10 friends or something. And so after each time you make a friend, you check in with the app and you tell it how you feel. And then at the end of meeting everybody, or if you don't meet everybody, you can end the game early. And then it'll give you a report about what kind of friend you are. This is my idea. Now, there's a lot of complexities there, because there's also like, well, what are the interactions between the player and the characters? Like, do you have different choices? So I do want to set up a foundation that allows for that, but I don't want to get too hung up on that right now. I think today, the main focus should be figuring out how we can have more than one character that we can talk to, and a way for the player to choose who they want to talk to. And maybe we could have like a simple, we could just do the hello and hello friend and goodbye friend stuff, maybe just like 2 lines, but we want maybe figure out a way to get it to be 2 different characters. Something like that. That's kind of what I'm thinking of. We got Retro Spark. Welcome, Retro Spark. A friendly reminder since you told me to remind you. Okay, a reminder of yourself. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me about yourself. That's very nice. Good to see you, friend. Frank Fraud says, my little imp, dreams is magic. Dreams is magic, isn't it? Imp is the cursor in dreams. So that's why Frank says imp. Dr. Cody in this house. Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. Mr. Gibson, not Gibson, Gibson. How about the interaction related to increase main character status? Yeah, exactly. And I kind of think what it could be is like at the end, you'll get like a report, and that report will tell you like you are a person who is not interested in making friends if you don't do a lot, or you are nervous to make conversation with people or something like that, like sort of analyze the player based on their choices. If you talk to friend A, you can increase your mark on math, English. Whoa, that's a fun idea. I hear you. I think there will definitely be stats behind the scenes, and that's like a whole other thing, like getting stats behind the scenes that are increasing or decreasing depending on how you're interacting. I definitely want something like that. In the last game, you can choose your team. This sounds like the overscoping happening here, but it's a very interesting idea. I love your guys' ideas. That makes me nervous, but I really like the idea. Very much. Novid says, I'm working on my Godot game right now, so I get to watch Godot while using Godot. I love it. Let's go. Godot party. No such thing as too much Godot. No, I mean, I really like Godot. I've been looking forward to the stream all week. And co-working, right? That's part of what makes Hyper Game Dev fun, I think, is being able to work while I work, and we can work together or not. It's kind of a fun thing. So I'm glad to hear that's what you're up to, Novid. Coffee Stain says, hey, long time guy with binoculars in the shrubbery, first time block number, just breathing on the line. Welcome, guy breathing on the line. Good to see you. Always a pleasure to have you. And make a ninja team. You have an incredible imagination. I love your imagination. All right, y'all. So I do want to remind you, if you haven't already, please, I would appreciate it so much. If you hyper smash that thumbs up button, I see we got between 7 and 10 people who are coming in and out right now, but I see we only have 6 likes. Can we get a few more thumbs ups? Thank you if you're willing to do that. It means this live stream will be seen by more people and the video will be seen by more people after we go live. So thank you if you're able to do that. It helps Hyper Game Dev so much. Thank you. Just hit that thumbs up button. Appreciate it. It's if you're watching on mobile, just slide down. It's on the left. And if you're watching this on desktop, it should be right like there or something. All right, y'all. Let's see if we can get into this. Now, so one more thing I wanted to draw attention to were the amazing comments. The amazing comments that were left on last week's Godot video. Champion trophy, gold trophy goes to Pierogigon for just leaving so many. There's 73 comments, okay? So many comments and people just really helping me, and I just really appreciate it. Pierogigon gets a trophy. Look at all these. Make No Sense gets a trophy. Thank you so much. There's some great advice here that I want to take for our approach today. Namely, and this is something that Make No Sense, I believe, also said. Maybe? No, it was somebody else. Maybe it was somebody. But Pierogigon also made this great suggestion that we create a variable. That we create a variable for what? Let me see. Let me see if I can pull it up here. It's kind of hard because it's not putting it in nice order here. Here we go. Okay, so here was the problem that we had, right? Because in the game, we can say, so let's play it again. In the game, we can say, hello world and hello friend, right? And if I keep spamming hello world, right? I don't know. I feel like we kind of worked around the problem. I mean, we do have a few issues, but that's different. That's actually something different. I don't remember what the problem was exactly. I mean, there's some issues, but what I would have wanted was you can't skip to the next thing unless, like a way to get it to know that it's actually allowed to do goodbye. Oh, that's what it is. So I can actually start goodbye right away. That's the problem. Okay, so let me pull up my keyboard input just so you can see what I'm talking about. So right now it says say hello, and we just want hello to be possible, right? So press enter, space, or whatever. But I can press the goodbye button. So if I press backspace right now, it'll say goodbye and it's gonna end the game. But what I would prefer is that you can't say goodbye until you've said hello, right? And so some great suggestions from Pierogigon and someone else, I'm sorry I forgot who suggested it, was to use variables. So if we set a variable at the top of the script that says conversation playing or hello false right at the beginning, goodbye false right at the beginning, and then we set it to that hello is true once it begins, and then we say goodbye becomes true after that ends, and then hello goes to false. Then we can have it be like no goodbye is I didn't explain that well, but kind of confusing to like take from this and explain it. But the idea is we want to prevent goodbye from being possible with a variable that only gets set after hello is said. So I say we just start with that, and then we can divide things into more complexity. State condition. Yeah, state condition. Yeah, state condition. Let's start with show hello world and make dynamic/animate hello world. That sounds cool. I'm not gonna do that, but I think that's a great idea. I think it's a great idea. Sergeant McDonald says, big like. Yes, big like. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Unreal is too big for me to fit it on my computer. Oh, I hate that. That sucks. Yeah, it is quite gigantic. I would say that's, a lot of people talk about their computer isn't powerful enough, and I feel like that's not, it's, having a really modern CPU or GPU isn't the most necessary, but you do need a lot of space on your hard drive. Luckily, hard drives are cheap. Luckily, hard drives are pretty cheap, so I hope if you're really determined, you can work it out. But Mr. Gibson, I do have to go with I do have to make something that I want to make. You know, it has to be something that I'm motivated to make. I love ideas. I love ideas by a million ton, but I just hope it's okay if I don't always take the ideas. Unreal is genuinely huge. I currently have UE4 and it's like 50 gigabytes. Yeah, yeah. I think I haven't checked lately, but I think someone said it was like at least 100 gigabytes, 5.3, but I don't know. It's hard for me to tell. It's a shame. I only invest in Gen 4 SSDs. I mean, I could look, but what I don't even know what that means. Gen 4 SSDs? You mean like wait, why don't you just get a HDD? Why get an SDD? I usually just use the SDD for like my computer memory usage. Yes, solid. Yeah, I know what it means. SSD. Yeah, sorry, I said SDD. Yeah, I know what it means. I'm just saying, like, you know, I usually use that personally. Yeah, it is faster and more reliable. It is. That's true. That's true. That's true. Um, but I tend to use HDDs for everything, and then SSD for my what you call it? What you call it? I don't know. I have like an SSD stick that I use for memory purposes. It's okay. I hope we can start. Let's go to Godot. Yeah, let's go to Godot. Get Mr. Gabisson. Thank you. I got the ADD. Sometimes I get distracted. All right. So let's just fix this one problem where we can say goodbye too soon, right? See, it says goodbye. We don't want that. I don't want that to be possible. So let's fix it. Let's fix it. RAM. Yeah, maybe. No, that's not what I mean. No, that's not what I mean. No, I don't mean RAM. All right, let me just, I'm gonna have to look it up. See, this is why I get distracted. SSD, no, not, it's not what I mean. It's not what I mean. Yeah, I use it for like the persistent data and solid state flash memory. That's what I use it for. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you don't know what I mean, then I don't think you know what I mean. Like I don't use it for my main memory. If that makes sense. Like my main data. I use it to speed up the process. Like if the computer is loading a program, right? That it offsets that loading information to the SSD. That's okay. It doesn't, it's really not important. Someone of y'all knows what I mean. So let's get the variable put in here. I'm gonna say, why does it say D at the top? Okay, it doesn't. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. You know what I'm saying. Thank you. So what? Let me get this out of here. So what am I doing? Okay, it says 2D. I don't know why it said D. It must have been something else. So I just need to refamiliarize myself, guys. I just need to refamiliarize myself with this project. We've got, this is my second time in Godot, number 2 time. We've got node 2D at the top. Node 2D is like our 2D scene. I need to rename this. I don't like this. So if we can create a new thing, we could create a node 3D, node 2D, a UI thing, so many different things. And this is the root. I'm just like regrouping myself here. So this is like the root of all the stuff we've added. We've added a timer, which, by the way, I feel like we've been building the timer into the code, right? We do have this onReady var timer equals time. When did we do that? I don't even remember doing that. Do we even need, I guess we don't need that because we're not actually using it throughout. So I think the game will work fine if we just get rid of this. Like, this is very interesting, but I just don't think we actually need that. So I'm just gonna delete this. I don't think we're using this function anywhere. So I'm just gonna throw it in the garbage and make sure our game still works. Just kind of cleaning up, getting my bearings. Let's make sure we didn't break anything. Hello world, hello friend. Goes away. Goes away. Let me say goodbye. So it looks like that did not break anything. That was extraneous code. This is important for me because now I get to like come and look at this code that I'm revisiting and try to like orient myself in what it does. And I see now that I'm kind of proud of myself that I recognized something I didn't need. Like, I'm learning. Okay. Hello world. Hello butter shorts. Okay. So we've got, I don't think anything else is removable. So this node 2D, I want like a better name for it. Like I guess this is just the hello world scene, I'm gonna call it, because it's just that's all it is, right? This is where we contain that whole thing, and I want to kind of change it around a little bit. So we'll just say that that's what this is for now. We've got in the instructions. I don't really know if this hierarchy matters, but I'm just gonna reorganize things a little bit. Let's see if we got a good zoom here. I don't think we do. I don't think I do. I think if I want a good zoom, I have to set it up. Which, you know, oh, that's actually fantastic. Well, that worked out well then. Yeah, so this is like my, let me scoot this over. This is my hierarchy. So instructions 1, L1, L2. So level, what, line 1? I guess it's supposed to be line 1, line 2. So when we hit play, the stuff up here that says say hello, that's line 1. And then the stuff down here that says somehow, that's line 2. And we've got player message as well. That's when we say hello. That's what this label is. And then NPC message is this one here. Obviously player head and player NPC head. Okay, so we doesn't look like we have anything we don't need. So that's good. I do think to myself a little bit like we're creating so many different timers. A part of me wonders if there isn't some other way we can do this to make sure that things don't overlap, because right now, right, the player can spam this and run that line of code over and over again, and it just like repeats it. But I would want to actually turn off that input so you can't spam it. So I might want to set up a variable for that. So I'm gonna pull up Notepad here so we can plan out things we want. So variables. I want a variable for allowing next message or not. Okay. I also want a variable for allowing input or not. And it does make me wonder, like, if we need a variable allowing the next message or not. Yeah, we do. So a variable, maybe we should say defining next message allowed. Or defining when the next message is allowed. Right? Do you play games or just make games? I mostly make games. I used to play games a lot more, but then I started making them, and that's my game. My game is making them. I still play them sometimes, though. Honestly, the most recent one that actually captured me was Outer Worlds. No, Outer Worlds. Not Outer Wilds. Outer Worlds. That one really got me. And then there is the Super Mario RPG remake that's coming out. I'm probably going to play that one. Got 93 follows. You did? Congratulations! Congratulations! Mr. Gabisson says, how about try the Boolean suggestion on previous comment on video? Yes. And that's kind of, and so here's the thing about that. So that was designed to make it so the goodbye message can't happen too soon, which is important and is something we should do. And so I guess I want to plan a little bigger even than that. And maybe think about what, because I want there to be multiple interactions, not just hello, goodbye, and that's the end. Yeah. No, that's true. And so then I'm thinking about like, well, what if we want hello, how are you? I'm well. What do you like? I like that too. Well, goodbye, right? Like maybe like up to 5 or 6 interactions. And so that's why I'm thinking when the next message is allowed, because then we can say not just we don't have to necessarily define, maybe like an integer or something. Like if we start a conversation, the integer can be like and I'm just trying to be a little creative here because the variable from before was a Boolean in that comment was a suggestion is a Boolean. And I'm thinking we should maybe go with an integer. So that way we can have like sort of a modular setup. So when there's more conversations, we know which one is allowed to happen. So I kind of want to follow the comment, and then I also want to keep in mind where we're going with it. Do you have the keyboard on your lap or on a desk? Both. I go back and forth. I have it on my lap, and then I have it on a little table that is not quite a desk. Maybe I can show it to you. Hard maybe. Yeah, barely. There's my keyboard. There's my keyboard right there. It's on a pink fluffy table. It's pink. It matches my shirt. So that's what that is. I go back and forth though. I've been putting off playing the RPG Mario games because I want to wait for the Mario RPG remake. Can't wait, it looks so good. Nice. Oh, you mean like the like Mario and Luigi and stuff? Yeah, I mean, I grew up with Super Mario Legend of the Seven Stars. That was just like one of the games as a kid that I was just like, this is amazing. And I tried Final Fantasy. I know it's basically Final Fantasy in Mario World, but I don't know, I was a kid. I already liked Mario, so it was just perfect. And yeah, I'm pumped to try the remake. I'm so pumped to try the remake. Novid said, so glad you're making a game like this because it sounds so interesting, but there's not many games like this, and I haven't had the time to make a game like it. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you for the encouragement. I appreciate that. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully I haven't overscoped too much because I do have some big ideas and I'm trying to start small. Sergeant says, I have a keyboard that costs a very premium $5, so I just chuck it around really. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I love this keyboard. It's not a great keyboard, but it does what I need, which is switch between multiple devices. One of those devices doesn't have to be Bluetooth. It can be a dongle. It's got a touchpad, it's got left and right clicks over here, and it's wireless. That's pretty much what my needs are. And it's also got some extra shortcut keys I can use for the live stream, which makes it really helpful. Do you release the games you make? I intend to, but since I started this channel, which was less than a year ago, well, maybe about a year ago, but I didn't really start working on games that I could release until maybe like 5 months ago. I started doing that. So, and I work once a week on those games. So I just haven't had a lot of time. But I do plan to release them. Absolutely. So you don't use a mouse. I mean, I use a touchpad, but not a mouse. I do have a mouse, but for my live streaming purposes, it's just easier for me if I can just have like a command center. Anyway, let's get into this. Variables, defining when the next message is allowed. So let's say that this will be an integer, defining when the next message is allowed, and then we'll have, I say, a Boolean determining if the input is allowed or not. Let's do this one. Let's do the Boolean, well, yeah, we could do the Boolean first because the Boolean will, because we actually would need like a couple, right? So we need like one for, and I do kind of want to change the game a little bit. Like, I don't think I want to do the enter and escape thing. We can have it be both, but I'm not sure. This is a K600. It's a K600. It's actually designed for using with televisions, but it works for a lot of things. Yeah, it is cool. You just have to order it online. I think it's discontinued from the manufacturer, so like Logitech doesn't actually make new ones, so you have to like get it from somewhere else. But yeah, Logitech K600. With a game with this scope, I would personally start with structuring the game so it's easy to implement and edit dialogue options and interactions down the line. Yeah, exactly. That's my plan. That is exactly my plan. Novid, you see me. I agree. So in terms of allowing input or not, I want to think about, like, do we want to bother? I mean, it would be nice if you could hit an advance, like a next, like, but we want to be able to make choices, right? Like, not to, I don't know. Do we want to do choices today? That's the other thing. We could do choices today, or we could have multiple characters to talk to today. I'm thinking we do choices today, and maybe don't do multiple characters today. And we could say there's different options. Exactly, Frank. Yeah, it's totally a keyboard. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. So maybe we say there is... So what that means, we'll need the player to be able to select. Now, I wonder if we could use a mouse. Like, that would be nice if it could be point and click, the options of what you want to say. And then it also brings up the questions of like, well, what do we want to be able to be said? I did start mapping out a little bit. Actually, I put it up on the Discord just as a place, just to have it somewhere. I like the idea of doing choices first because you can use the choice code on future. Right. As opposed to starting to make the different characters and then having to put the choice code on there, which we'll probably have to do on some level anyway. But yeah, so this is, excuse me, this is my idea in a very tiny image relative to how much information is on there. But the idea is that you can make like emotionally different options. You can either have an eager response, an even response, or a distant response. So if someone's like, hello, you can either be like, well, maybe not hello. If you say hello and then someone's like, how are you? You can either say, I'm good. That's the even response. Or you can be like, this is the best I've ever felt my entire life. I'm amazing, right? That would be the eager response. Or you can say the distant response, which is like, I don't know, fine, or something like that. And then, then that information would be recorded, right? And then it could also, and this is where it got a little overscoped, where it was like, you would have different eager choices. So you could have a positive eager choice. This is the best day of my entire life. Or this is the worst day of my entire life. Or you could be unclear about it. And it's just, maybe that may be getting a little too much. But you could just, yeah, I don't even know if that makes sense. How can you do an unclear eager? I don't even understand what that means. Yeah, so that was kind of the idea. And then this would feed into like this algorithm that would be building up behind the scenes that decides things. So with that in mind, we could either do like, if you're, playing a lot of games today that have narrative options, they don't type out the entire line that you're gonna say. They just type out an emotion, right? You can say eager, even, or distant. I would probably want different words for that, right? Like we could have a synonym depending on the situation. But we could also just say you could eagerly give a positive or negative response. But yeah, I just don't know. I'm just not sure. So I don't want to get too bogged down into the details of what's going to be said right now. But this is kind of like the plan that I'm going with. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. Imagine if this was implemented in an open world RPG. Yeah, heck yeah. What's up, Entropy? Welcome. Chapow. Good to see you. Welcome. I think I might commit hippity hoppity. Your code is now my property for my Pokemon style game. I don't know if you're joking or not, but whatever is fine with me. So if we're gonna have multiple options, we need a way we need input that can choose those options. So we could do mouse stuff. I feel like mouse stuff makes the most sense. And if we're doing that, then we don't need keys necessarily, right? We don't need we could have both. We could have both, in which case we would need to do the Boolean allowing the input or not and say that, if you press, we could do a thing where like the text reads out, like it spells out. That's getting quite a lot. A dating sim, and that was the suggestion, was to make a dating sim. And I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it a friendship sim, because dating is so overrated. Dating is great, like whatever, but what's even more important than dating is friends. So I think I'm gonna expand it to a friendship sim. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm gonna say for now, let's just eschew keyboard input, and let's see if we can figure out mouse input, in which case we don't really need the Boolean for allowing input or not. Instead, what we want is a Boolean show dialogue options or not. Now, in terms of solving our problem here, let's just do it for funsies. We don't want goodbye to be possible yet. So let's just do it just to like get our gears turning and our brain working. And then the ultimate plan for today will be to try to set up multiple possible, not only multiple responses that could be possible, but also some kind of variable integer that defines what the next message should be. Something like that. Probably a good first project, text adventure. Like, yeah, exactly. It seems like especially for text code, I could have brought like the platformer game into Godot, but that I was working on in Unity, but it's a lot of stuff. I feel like I would have got lost in all the details, whereas here I can really kind of focus in on like not necessarily simple mechanics, but you know, more simple than a platformer, which would also have dialogue, right? So, okay. Now, if I wanted to not have that, oh God, text code. I'm so scared, you guys. Okay, it's fine. We can do this. So the comment on the YouTube video was, at the top, we say var conversation playing Boolean false. And then this restricts conversations to play while they are playing. So I'm gonna change this a little bit, but I'm just gonna borrow it a little bit. So we're gonna say create a variable that, do we need this at function ready? I feel like we need this after function ready, right? Like that makes sense, right? Variable, because this would be at the start of the game, you know, fire this logic, and we would want those variables to be set at the beginning. So we say Boolean, not conversation playing, but I guess so, really. I guess that's kind of what I want, isn't it? And we don't really need an allow goodbye, right? We can just say the controls. No, we do want that. It needs to be before ready. Oh, variables made in functions can't be used outside of that function. Thank you, Novid. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know, entropy, yes, that is something I want. I'm not gonna focus on that yet because it just seems like a lot, but yes, 100%. Guys, I'm imagining this being a horror game. A horror game about making friends. What could be scarier? And so it's clearly for introverts. And so it would be like kind of in like this dark room. It'd be 3D and you could move around and there's like kind of shadowy figures you can go find, and those are friends, and maybe they like get more lit up as you like get to know them or something. Yeah. So yes. I do want it to be a 3D move around environment. And then all the stuff we're doing today would be like the 2D layer on top of that is the idea. So thank you so much, Novid. Oh my goodness. So yes, let's cut this out and let's put this up top. Did not know that. So we established we don't want it to be something that's necessarily created right at the beginning of the game. We want it, it's almost like, I guess almost like pre-game, like before the game starts. It's something that gets set up. Okay. So conversation playing, Boolean false. So if a conversation is happening, I wouldn't want input to be possible. So like then how would I, because this is more, if input is action just pressed and conversation playing equals false. Wow, okay, all right, let's try that. Friendship horror sim, the prompt alone, and yeah, right, it's pretty good. Dude, thank you for affirming it. Like, I wasn't sure. I was so excited about it privately. I also made some music for it. I already started making music for the game because I'm so inspired. And you saying that makes me want to dig in even more. Thank you. So where we have the input being pressed, right, which is right right here, we want to add an extra condition on here, which is that we have to make sure that conversation playing equals false. And here, Rogi is using double equal signs. And as I understand it, this means that it is set to. So conversation playing is set to false, right? So that's what this is doing. And then on the next line, we immediately make it true. So that way we can't press the button again. So, I mean, I am just going to copy this. I guess I don't need to. Let's try to type it. Input, if input is action just pressed, and I am obsessed, like coming from visual scripting, all right? I am obsessed that we can just type the word and. In visual scripting, you got to get an and gate, right? And you have to hook up one input into one, the other input in the other, and then the output comes out. You have to put that somewhere. You don't have to do any of that. You just literally type the word and. I love it. Just for the sake of brevity, I'm going to make this convo playing. Conversation is a long word, and this is code, not a novel. So we're going to just say convo playing. And convo underscore playing comparation, like comparison. Single equals means make this thing equal. Double equals is evaluating if they are equivalent. Oh, thank you. That's a really good way to put it. That's a great way to put it. And equals set. Yeah. Gotcha. Thank you, guys. Thank you for helping me explain this stuff better, because I really am so new to text code. I love making games. I love logic. I'm new to text code, so you have no idea how important it is to me. Maybe you do have an idea. It's so important to me. Thank you for helping me. Okay. Single means make it equal. Double is evaluating if they are equivalent, like checking, like a check. One's a check, one's a set. How to use localization, Random People asks, when the code using a string inside. Godot has UI or TMP like Unity or not, because I want trying Godot, but I'm too lazy to try it. I want to try Hyper first. I don't understand what you're saying. How to use localization within the code using string inside. Godot has UI or TMP. So are you talking about like I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying. I don't understand. I don't know. Does someone know? Can someone help Random People? I'm not sure what you're asking. Are you asking if like you can do this stuff without text code? Because there are ways we can create nodes over here that do similar stuff in the code. You just have to like cross-reference it a little bit. So my answer is kind of. I think so, maybe. All right. So anyway, let me make this a little wider so we can see everything. It keeps cutting things off because I make it so zoomed in. Okay, so we're saying if input is action just pressed, hello, and convo playing, then, or check. We want to check if convo is playing, and we want to make sure that is false. Make sure I'm doing this right. Okay, we need some spaces. We don't want to just smash it up. Do it like that. It might work. I wonder if smashing it up would work. And then we want to say, after that, convo playing gets set to true, right? So that's why we're using the single equal sign here, because we're setting it to true after checking to see if it was false and this button is being pressed. And if that's true, then it does all the things that we want it to do. Let's just see if that works. I mean, that should at least work. Oh. I think we put it... Interesting. Oh, the comment that I pasted has a space before the comment. And so it just is like confused by that. Okay, let's try again. All right, there we go. Say hello somehow. Great. And we can do it. Nothing goes wrong. We haven't made it do anything, but at least we didn't break anything. Okay, cool. And so what I would also want to say is we want one not only for... Oh, there's allow goodbye. Boolean equals false. Oh, interesting. Okay, so then down here where we say if input is action just pressed goodbye, I'm going to want to say Do we do that before the colon, right? And, right. So we'll say if you press the goodbye buttons and, what was the name of it? Allow goodbye is false. Or we'll say if allow goodbye is true, right? So allow goodbye, we want to check it to be true. Then we can press it. So actually right now, what we should see is we can't press escape. So I'm going to try it. Yes. Doesn't do anything. Nice. Wow. I don't know. It's cool. I mean, it makes sense, but it's cool to see it work. I love it. I love it. Beautiful. By the way, the colon, Novid says, the colon bool is not required. Let me see. The colon bool. Oh, here, up here, when we're setting the variables, you're saying that that's not necessary. Interesting. It tells Godot that the variable is a Boolean and only ever a Boolean. Otherwise, Godot guesses what type the variable is based on its value. So what should I do instead? You should declare your variable types if they should be static to prevent errors. Very good practice. So then what would be the alternative to that? Setting type is good practice, though. Oh, I see what you're saying. Helps prevent unwanted values creeping. I see what you're saying. So if I just say convo playing, can I say like equals false, or do I? Is that what you're saying? And then it'll be like, oh, that's a Boolean. I don't need you to tell me that's a Boolean. That's a Boolean. Is that the case? So let's try. I'm gonna try to press backspace. Oh, Nino! I see. Cool. Gotcha. Right. And so, I mean, I guess I could see that being a problem if, you know, I was setting an integer that I also wanted to be a float in theory. You know, like well, I guess I could just make it 1.0, right? So it would know that it was a float if I did it 1.0, and I guess it would know it was an integer if I just did 1. That's pretty cool. You know, I'm all for it. I mean, now I'm conflicted. Now you guys are saying it's good practice, but I don't have to. I don't want to. I don't want to do it. I would much rather not set it if I could. For me, less is more, right? That's kind of what I like about visual scripting, although people say it gets chaotic. To me, it's less because it is clear, like this is here, and then there's a break. Here's this node, blank space, wires. Here's this node, blank space, wires. Here's this node. And here, it's like, here's this node, and then there's more blank space, right? And I like that. I like seeing more blank space. It helps me just see things more easily. So I'm going to cut it down. Thank you for the tip, Novid. I'd appreciate that. Okay. So, I was fine never declaring my variable types at first, but recently I've been seeing the benefits to declaring it, so I do it. I appreciate the fun fact. Well, now I don't know what, you know what? I want to come, let me not declare it. And then maybe I'll come around someday to your realization. It's so funny. You like corrupted me to doing it the way you don't do it anymore. That's all right. Okay, so this works, but we need to do a little more because once we get to the goodbye section, right? So we're good, we can't accidentally say goodbye. But once we get to the goodbye section, I can't actually say goodbye because we're not setting that to true. So we want to say that when this stuff ends, right? So once the hello world, hello friend happens, it says now say goodbye somehow. After all of that, that's when I want it to set it to true. So I would say allow goodbye set to true. I assume this will follow next after all of this. Cool. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. So I'm gonna spam some goodbyes. Not saying goodbye. I can't say hello. We might want to also turn off the hellos too. once we get to the goodbye part. So if I'm on goodbye right now, let's try to say hello. Oh, okay, great. That does, oh, wait. Oh, because we set it to true earlier. Since we set hello to true and it only plays if it's false, it's not gonna play. Great. So let's see if we can do goodbye. Oh no! All right, so that didn't work. Okay, all right, okay. Cool, cool, cool. Allow goodbye set to true. That was not enough. Here we can say convo playing set to true, but allow goodbye set to true at the end of this is not working. So I can't help but think we need something else. Let's go back to the suggestion. Well, here, and in the comment that Pierogigon left, they had said to set conversation playing to false first, and then allow goodbye true. Although then we'd be able to say hello when we don't want to be able to say hello. So I'm not sure what isn't working. Oh, I did check instead of set. I did check instead of set. Yes, I did check instead of set. That's the problem. So here it's just like, is allow goodbye true? Nope. Nope. So it's just not doing anything. It's just doing absolutely nothing. Okay, got it. Bam. There we go. It's a subtle thing, but we'll get it. All right, cool. So now, if I try to say goodbye, ain't happening. I try to say hello. Oh yeah, absolutely. Now say goodbye. I'm gonna try to say hello. We can't do it. I'm gonna try to say goodbye. Yes! All right. Variables learned. Variables learned. Thank you, Mr. Gibbison. Thank you. I was like, it's so easy to just type the extra equal sign. Pierogies do taste so good. They do taste so good. Hey, Psycho Ocelot, thank you so much for coming through and leaving a chat. Saying hi and goodbye are kind of difficult IRL too. I find it easier to start talking with colleagues without any greetings. Totally. Totally. That's a great point. That's a great point. See, that starts to make me want to be like, you can, when you first greet somebody, you can either say hello or you can just start talking to them. But like then, you know, just for the sake of it being a game, right, what would be the repercussion or the point of that? You know, because so then the other thing I didn't tell you guys about in my game idea is each character that you can try to make friends with, they'll have like a, you know, we can pre-program it or we could try to like randomly generate it, their personalities. So they may not like, right, that you didn't say hi first, and that may put them off to you. But it doesn't change your report at the end. It just changes like how they respond to you. And then you have to like respond to them without like being hostile or something. And then your report in the end will be better or something like that. That's really, I thank you for sharing that. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like dating is so much more specific, but friendship and casual relationships, that's so much more relevant to our lives, you know? Thank you for sharing that. Totally. So maybe we could have that as a first choice. You know, what is it that you're gonna say when you greet somebody? All right, so we accomplished this task of setting up the variables so that way you can only say hello or goodbye at certain times. You know, part of me wants to like preserve this and like start a new project. You know, like this is its own little thing that we did and now it works and it's done. It is complete. So I kind of want to like, I don't know, can I like package it or something? I haven't tried packaging like anything in my life. We can export the project as what? Runnable? Let's try it. Add Android, Mac, Linux, Windows. Give me a web. What's this 5? No export template. Oh. This is going to take some work. We're going to have to learn how to do this. Export templates for this platform are missing. Manage export templates. Download them or install from a file. So this will allow it to be played in the browser, right? Godot web export template. This is a good thing to learn too, you know? I do want to get into code, but I also think that sharing the things you make is important. And maybe this will be a quick thing to learn. HTML5 export. Yeah, that is what that does. Cool. So then where do I download the things that I need to download? Um, I don't know. I don't know. Look for the word download in here. It's not even in there. It looks vaguely advanced. It looks vaguely advanced. So what if I just try the other one? Do I need to have special stuff for that? Pretty sure you can just download the templates from the editor. Oh, nice. Welcome, S. Good to see you. Okay. That would be nice. Do you know where I do that? Install Android build template. Oh, here's install Android build template. Hello. Hello, welcome back. Good to see you. But that's just Android, right? What about the others? Maybe in help? Editor? Manage editor features. I could see that being it. Been playing Out of Line just now, and it's an amazing puzzle game. It's free for today on Epic Games. Out of Line. I don't know that one. I need to keep a better eye on games that are free. Whoa. This looks cool. This looks pretty cool. Try going back to managed export templates. Okay. So, free to keep. Nice. I gotta keep a better eye on free games. So we're doing project, export, manage export templates. Oh, it's right here. Guys, it's right there. It's right there. Thank you. Okay, cool. Best available mirror. Yeah, just do it. Just hook it up. Hook us up. Let's go. Great. So this will allow us, I just kind of want to preserve it. You know, I could also just like copy this project and leave it for later and come back to it. We could do that too. But what if I could just do this? And what if it was like really fast? That would be kind of nice too. Just fork it into an exe and move on. It's downloading, but is it installing? But is it installing? This out of line looks really pretty. I love this art style. Art styles is something that I don't do well. But maybe someday I can learn better. Maybe someday I can learn better. It looks like you like have this ability that like draws a line on the screen. It looks kind of sad. It looks a little sad. In a good way, in a good way, in a good way. Okay. All right, I think it exists. Export templates are installed and ready to be used. Let's go. Project export, web, no errors. You just gotta art it up sometimes. Yeah, that's easy for you to say. You're a career artist. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see someday. Name, web. Hello, world. Hello, world. Goodbye, world. Godot. I don't know if you can do... Let's just make spaces. And dash Godot. Export path. Oh, just somewhere. Yeah, just right there is fine. Hello, goodbye. Hello, goodbye, Godot. Actually, I think this is the title, so we might be able to put a comma in here. Okay, and then custom template variant. I mean, I feel like for desktop, for mobile texture compression, we don't care about that. Export icon, sure. I don't think any of this is really that important. Let's just do it. Export it. Export all versus export project. All? Release. I don't know, project, like, what do you mean export all versus... Maybe if there's like multiple projects open, but since there isn't, it doesn't matter. Is it done? Is it done? Did we do it? That was fast. Wait, did I just make this? Could I put it on itch right now and share it with people? Or like Discord or something? Let's do documents, Godot. Wait, where did I put it? Wait, where did I put it? Public. Oh, right, because it didn't like my username. Okay, we're gonna do users, public, documents, Godot, hello, goodbye, HTML. Let's go! The following features required to run Godot projects on the web are missing. Okay. That immediately didn't work. Is it because I'm opening it like locally or something? Huh. Well, I could try an exe. I'm willing to try an exe file. I don't know what we did wrong, but definitely didn't work. We could also look it up. And this is still interesting and useful stuff. I got as far as exporting my small Godot project to an IPA for iPhone. It was fun to see it running on my device. Nice. Nice. Yeah, that's what I want to see. I think you need an actual server. Just name the HTML index and put the files in a zip. Also, enable the shared thing on itch. Name the HTML index and put the files in a zip. All right. All right. I will do what you tell me. Sometimes I like to figure things out, and sometimes I just appreciate if you just tell me what to do. This is one of those times. All right, so I named it index, and we're gonna put all these files. I guess and the problem is, I'm not sure which ones are the right ones. I guess we look at the modified. Here we go. Here's all the files. Probably all these 11:06 a.m. ones, I would guess. Unless it didn't, well, maybe it took this long. Shoot, I don't know which ones. I don't know which ones are the latest ones. I think it's because there's some that were made 5 minutes ago and some that were made like 8 minutes ago. But I would think it's the ones that were all made in the same minute. I don't think it took 5 minutes for it to compile it. But like maybe it did. So you're saying if I compress it all to a zip, and then I have to put it on itch to be able to run it. Trust. I'll try. I'm gonna try. Let's see. Create a new project. Hello, goodbye world. Just call it that for now. Upload files. Let's see. That's gonna be in my PC. Users, public documents, Godot, Godot.zip. All right, let's see. I'm trusting. And then we have to click shared somehow. Executable, source code, documentation's other. I've never actually uploaded things before on here. Is this gonna work? What kind? Oops. It says what kind we have. It's funny because I do a game jam every week where people upload this stuff, and I've never actually done it. I mean, I have, but not really. Game assets, game mods. That's not kind of project. Oh, here we go. HTML. You have a zip or HTML file that will be played in a browser. Let's go. Release status. Released. This file will be played in a browser. Nice. Okay. Embed in page, manually set side, mobile friendly. Your project can run on mobile phones. I don't care about that really. Automatically start on page load, full screen button. Sure. Enable scroll bars. No. Shared. Here we go. Is this what you meant? Shared array buffer support. This may break parts of the page. Only enable if you know you need it. Do I know? I know I was told to do shared. All right, I'll do it. All right, let's go. All right. First Godot project. A lot of exclamation points. Genre, I don't know. Other. Okay. I don't want to do too much here. Here we go. Let's try it. Let's see if it works. Let's see if it works. Oh my God. All right, we got to run game. Ah, I'm so nervous. What's gonna happen? What if it works? So much loading. Oh, shoot! Let's go! What? Dude, I put my first game on itch. Let's go. It's our first game. Bro, it's our first game. All right. You guys help me so much. We're a deving it up. Let's go. Wow. Yes. What's up, Duplex Man? Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you've been well. Dude, what? That's sick. All right, wait. Let me change it so it's a little more serious. Hello world, goodbye world. Dude, now I can, and so the reason I'm doing this is so I can move on and just like change everything up without needing to like keep the project, you know? Suggested donation, please God no. Please God no. I don't even want a donation. Like, please God no, not for this. This is not something to be taken that way. And then we'll just clarify, first time using GDScript, Hello World Simulator. Wow, just cool. Thank you so much, Psycho, and others for helping me, and S and Entropy and everybody. First Godot project. Just trying to learn GDScript. Nothing special. Just gotta figure out how to say hello and goodbye. Good luck! Good luck! Terrible description, but you know what? I just want it to be there. Custom noun. Game. All right, comments. Let's make it public. Let's put it public. It's out there for the world to see. No shame. My first itch project is this Hello World sim. Let's go. Remember when you published your first Godot game on itch? Those were the days. Yeah, this is today's the days. The days is today. Oh, there's no image for it. I mean, we might as well just use this icon, right? Like, might as well just do that. All right, and then we're gonna try to do a branching narrative thing. That'll be the next task today. Dude, I did not expect this today to be what we do. But like, it's just what I'm about to do is change everything. It's all gonna be so different that I might as well, you know, I might as well kind of send this off proper, you know? Just send it off proper. Proper. All right, let me just give it a cover image. Oh yeah, just do the icon. Yeah, just do that. Just do that. All right, now I'm done. Now let's move on. Yeah, let's go. So, next steps. Now we've got this all set up. I'm just gonna leave it as is. I could also, you know, I didn't think I was gonna, I thought I was just gonna go on top of this. But what if I just, can we export the project? Okay, so we either, oh cool, and so because we have a preset, now all of that we set up is already here. And we can just call on this the next time I want to export to web. That's pretty awesome. But if I just wanted to export the project like separately, like let's say I wanted to share the files, right? Like with my patrons or something like that. Hey, what's up, Fayez? Welcome. Just exported this game, which is pretty exciting. I guess I could do just a scene, right? Save as a scene. But it's probably going to need, like, files. You know what I'm going to do, guys? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually exit this. I'm going to start over. I'm going to start over. I'm going to quit. I'm quitting. I hope I saved it. I'm quitting, and let's just open a new project. Let's just start fresh. All right. Hey, what's up, Potato? Welcome. Good to see you. I'm gonna make a new one. This is gonna be you are a friend. That's the game name. You are a friend. What did I miss? Well, the game that we made last week, I applied a oh, we need to put it somewhere else. I applied, let's create a folder for it. You are a friend. There we go. I added some variables to the game we made last week, and I actually posted it up on itch.io. You guys can go check it out right now. I added some variables that I believe you and Pierogigon and someone else maybe suggested I do. And so there it is. There's the link in the chat. I'll make sure there's a link in the description as well. And now it is available to play. It is done. It works as well as it needs to. And now I'm going to move on. I exported it. Now I'm going to move on. Last week's game. And I'm going to try to add a bit of a branching narrative vibe. A bit of a branching narrative vibe. So I had this idea where you are playing this horror game about making friends. And so it's going to be just like we were doing Hello World, Goodbye World, except instead of just Hello World, Goodbye World, it'll be like you have to try to make friends with people in a room. And you just go and you just talk to them. That's all it is. There's going to be different people. You can go and talk to them and have these little back and forths. And then depending on the choices you make in that conversation will determine how good of a friend you are at the end of the game. And so I want there to be some speech choices. I've kind of very roughly outlined some ideas about what that could look like and the different options you'd have. And what I'm thinking we're going to do is set up some variables that define when the next message is allowed. So we can have message. So it's 0 is allowed. If you go up and talk to somebody, you can have message 0. Right? And then after that first conversation is done, then you can have the second exchange. So then number 1 will be available, number 2 will be available, number 3, number 4, stuff like that. And then I'm also going to want a Boolean for whether or not you can click. And I think I want it to be mouse controlled. And I don't want to worry about keyboard right now. So you can click on the different options on the screen. And then whether or not those are visible and clickable, we'll want some variables for that. So that's the very vague plan, because I now just decided I'm going to start from scratch. I just decided I'm starting from scratch. And that's going to be fun. So I do want it to be like a 3D, 2D combo. So like I'm imagining that you are a 3D character in a 3D world and you go up to characters and then it's going to be 2D. So a question I have for anybody, and if you don't have an answer, that's okay. But I'm wondering, we have 2D and 3D here in Godot, right? So I mean, if I drag an icon out here in 3D, no good, no bueno, right? If I drag an icon out here in 2D, we're good. So if I did have something in 3D, right? If I hit play, no main scene defined. Oh, right. So what I'm wondering is how can I start designing the 2D overlay of the 3D world, right? Oh, yes, that was you who recommended it. Yeah. So here's my problem with that. So you made an awesome suggestion where if I want visual scripting, I could go back to an old version of Godot where they had visual scripting before they removed it. My problem with that is, isn't it supposed to be not good? Like, I kind of think that their visual scripting, the reason they removed it is it wasn't like very robust. And so a part of me is like, I don't know if I like visual scripting enough to settle with less power. You know, to settle with something that's going to be weaker than if I just used text code. But I'm certainly interested in this idea. I'm less interested because I feel like I might as well just learn text code. There's Sprite 3D nodes. Oh, cool. So that's how I could get the icon in here. But if I wanted like an overlay to a 3D world and I started doing that so if I create right now, So there's an icon in there. Let's get the icon out of here. The 3D render is separate from the 2D render. Oh, okay. If you plan on adding a sprite, there's a sprite 3D. Right. But is that... So I do notice there's this user interface node we can add, and I wonder if that's what I want to do. Like if I want to create a 3D scene, right? So here's the 3D scene. We'll set it as the main scene. We'll say this is... you are a friend main. And so if we hit play, it'll load that 3D scene, which is currently nothing. Could I then add a user interface to that? Wherever that is. Wait, where is that? It was here a second ago. Where'd the user interface thing go? Because it was like a default option. You need to add a world environment and a sun. Oh, so we can see it. Gotcha. Novid says, you could use Sprite 3D nodes, flat sprites in 3D, in a 3D environment, or you can have a 2D scene in a sub-viewport and have a sprite child for the 3D camera with the texture being the viewport. Whoa. Combining 2D and 3D without using Sprite 3D nodes pretty much requires sub-viewports, which are complicated, and I suggest watching a tutorial. User interface is the control node. What is a control? So a control, the user interface is called control. So is this also a control node if it's like 2D versus 3D? Like that's a control node? UI nodes, the green one. What's up, Albeska? Welcome. Thank you for your help. Are automatically overlaid to the camera, whether 2D or 3D. Right. So that's kind of what I was thinking, that would be nice. I just like, it's just like not here. So if let's delete the 3D scene. So it gives me this wonderful option to create a user interface. I couldn't find this option after I was, oh, this is different. Search for control after pressing the plus button. Oh. So if I go back, create the 3D scene, hit plus, control is what is called, oh, why didn't it just call it user interface? Why? All right, so we'll search for, that is not friendly. That is user unfriendly if I ever heard it. Okay, there we go. So I see control with the green icon. Sweet. Sweet. I would make the 3D node and put control as a child. That's what I was thinking. You could just have a control node as a child of the 3D camera and have the control node act as the root node for your 2D world. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. And then you were saying I need a sun and an environment? Because it would be nice to just see it to make sure that's working correctly. An environment and a sun. Okay, so if I right click or just add here and we type in sun, no. So okay. All right. Well, I guess I'm going into a tutorial land. So I'm not sure how to do that. Control and his children are used for UI. Gotcha. Just click the sun and world button. Oh, well, that sounds very easy. All right, go to the top toolbox thing. Sweet. Okay, cool. Top toolbox thing. Oh, I see a little sun. Let's go. Toggle preview sunlight. Okay, not exactly. Oh my. Okay, but we still need an environment. Toggle preview environment. Oh. Okay, all right. Preview okay, so we have to set it up first. Add environment to scene. Cool. Oh, there we go. Now it's over here. Good. And then we'll add, oh, so we set it, okay, I see. Let me get rid of this. So we set it up right here. Sky color, ground color. I mean, I don't want to think too hard about it right now, but I guess I want it to be kind of dark out. I don't want to get too serious about this right now. Ground color, black. Sky energy? Okay. Like emissiveness, kind of. Cool. Post-process, AO, glow tone map, GI. I don't know, that one? All right, add to scene. And then for the sun, I'm just doing what I think looks kind of cool. It's not really much in the environment to base this on, but maybe it could just be kind of weird like this. Sun energy. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We can probably change this later. All right, great. So now if I hit play, it should look like something, right? Okay, it doesn't. I just noticed that it doesn't. Okay, cool. All right. Under the sun and environment preview, click add to scene. Okay, we got that. We did that. Then add the sun to the scene. You can also edit it after adding it. Gotcha. Hollow Tempest, welcome. Good to see you. You're in the gym. You can't talk, but you'll be back home in an hour. I'll be here. I will be here. Enjoy your workout. Thanks for saying hello, Tempest. Need a camera. Oh, that sounds useful. Okay. Cool. So then the camera, almost potato. Apparently we need a camera. So is that something we add over here? It is. Camera 3D. Let's go. Let's go. All right, cool. Now this just got added as a child of the world environment. I don't like that. I think that seems weird. Can I make the sun a child of the world environment? Okay. I don't know if I should do that or not, but I did it. I did do that. I don't know. I'm just trying to think what makes sense to me that the sun is part of the environment. I'm going to put the control at the top. The camera is important, but this is pretty important as well. I'm going to rename this to just like dialogue. So I guess I could have multiple control nodes maybe too, which would be interesting. Once you make the environment, you can add a camera to your node 3D and add the environment to the camera. Oh, okay. I'll do that. I love the nesting. Let's go. Cool. Thank you. All right. Now if we hit play, hey, it's something. It looks cool. All right. To make it more organized, you can make a 3D node and put the sun and environment as a child. Yes. So you're saying even another one? Because I do have the top level node 3D, which would just be like, you know, main scene, something like that. Main scene. You can make anything a child of anything unless it warns you. Yes! I like that. I like that very much. Cool. So then I would want to see how this is working. Now in this, I guess this is like the canvas for the user interface, this like thing here. Yeah, so down here, I'm actually getting some notifications. That's awesome. Every time I do something, it reports what I did. Move canvas item dialog to a different position. That's cool. Ooh, I like this output down here. Cool, so this is definitely a canvas. So then if I wanted to add a label to it, so I'm gonna type in label, just a regular one will do, to dialog. Now I don't see the canvas anymore. Looks like we have an anchor here, I would guess, is what that is. Not exactly sure how to modify it, but I see it. Maybe here? No, not quite. Okay, noted. And then let's put some text in there and see if it appears. Text is in here. And let's see if it appears. Have we done yes! Let's go. Dope. All right. It's interesting this anchor has like multiple pieces. Move canvas item label anchor. Yeah. Oh, that's so helpful for learning what things are, is just having this output down here. Sweet, dude. All right, cool. Great. So then the other thing I wanted to do before we get into the code nitty gritty is set up the styling. So Pierogigon, who left so many wonderful comments on the last video, had suggested theme overrides as something to explore. There are a lot of style settings in Godot in theme override of the control node part of the inspector. But for alignment, okay, so let's see that. So it's funny that they say control node. I have a feeling that isn't related to this, but maybe it is. I mean, here's theme. And then we can create a new theme. Let's go. What if I go to just the label by itself? Oh, here's control. I see. So control, I'm still a little confused what the control, I get that it is another way to describe user interface, but it's also over here. So, you know, it just seems like a very vague word to be talking about styling only and like text and interface and stuff. But okay, so that's what control means. We have theme overrides here with a bunch of options. And then we also have this, like a, so let me see if that works. If I come in here, I create a new theme. I guess we want to edit the theme. Whoa. What the what? The anchor controls how the control node resizes itself when you resize the node. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. I guess I'm a little confused on how, at least in Unreal Engine, right? Like you have some like default ways that you set it. I guess I see what you're saying. So it would like, this would like keep it locked into here no matter what. It would only be wrapped in that area. Controls and text boxes, switches, and buttons, which are part of the UI. Oh, interesting. Only really worry about the right side in the theme editor. Potato's like, don't mess with all that. All that down there, I wouldn't recommend it. Okay. I'm willing to let go of that. Resize the window. Oh, cool. I see it moving in here now. And maybe that's different than if I had this in a different shape. Oh yeah, look, now it's like scooting way out there, right? Whereas before, I want that output to never go away. I need a shortcut for that. I love the output. And then it stays a little better in here. Cool. Good. Whoa. What did I just do? What? Oh, cool. If I hold control and I wiggle it from wherever I am, it'll rotate it from this point. Can we change that point? I'm just kind of exploring this like user interface right now. Maybe you have to move that anchor because I see a little plus sign up here. And it'd be interesting to see how you can do elsewhere. Centertain in this house. What's up? It's been a while. It has been a while. Thanks for coming to the Discord and posting your art. We always love to see your and anybody's art in the Discord. We have a nice gallery forum for it. I've been really well. Yeah, I'm checking out Godot. I'm digging in deep. I'm making a game. What's up with you? How you doing, Centertain? Okay. Well, I don't want to obsess over all this too much. So let's just, oh, look, it doesn't, when I move this, the anchor doesn't come with it. So that's interesting. We'll have to keep that in mind. At least it's easy to change. So if we notice that things are in weird positions, we can always come back and fix it. What I'm curious about is if I change theme stuff, and I know Potato said not to mess with it, and I won't much. But I'm just curious. Yeah, this is a little complicated. All right, maybe I shouldn't mess with it. Fonts, text. Okay, so this is where I can add fonts. So we do have a font around. Go to the plus button thing, the add metadata, or the add, there's a lot of plus buttons. There's a several amount of plus buttons. If I do new font file, whoa. I clicked away and now everything is different. Theme, there we go. Font load. We did have a font we were using the other day. I just have to find it. somewhere in the world. Oh, can't we just like drop it in or something? Can you just give me a different folder? I thought we dropped it in. Let me get in here. So this is our public documents folder. If I open up, it's just there's nothing, it's just not showing. Oh, the icon. Right, I see. So let me copy it from our other project, the font files. Here's the font files. I'm going to copy them, and I'm going to put them in our new project here, and then it should be there. Close it, reopen it, load. Okay, all right. I really thought it would be there. I really did. I'm a little surprised. Maybe paste it in here. I'm a little confused. Just a little bit. Click on this. Load a font. Oh, keeps going away. Load font. Why is it not showing up? Boy, I'm confused. Add the plus button to the right of type in the theme panel. That's where the import files. The fonts were a little lower. That's the import files. The fonts were a little lower. Oh, really? Oh, you're right. Oh, you're right. Thank you. Oh, gosh. Wow. See, I'm new to getting this nitty gritty with software like this. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. I realize that now from my limited Unity experience when I was creating stuff in Unity, adding files and stuff. They would do that. They'd create like an import version. Actually, Unreal does the same thing. I see. There's the OTF. Thank you. I just didn't like. Thank you. Thank you dearly. There they are. Let's go. Sweet. Themes and control nodes can be best explained by YouTube tutorials. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. I do like poking around and exploring, so I'm gonna do that a little bit, but I won't belabor it. Centertain says, been tough at work. No, the worst place for it to be tough. Well, among the worst places. To sum it up, I switched jobs 2 times, started studying graphic design, but I'm debating on switching academies, did more Blender stuff, and made a whole Minecraft mod. That's awesome that you're studying graphic design. That is a really cool and useful thing to study. That's a nice one. Yeah, make the right choice for you, for sure, on that. I'm glad. It sounds like despite things going wrong, you're definitely like trying to take care of yourself and make the best choices for yourself. That's cool. Oh, and maybe some music. I hope so. Your music was awesome. Maybe I forgot some stuff, but this stream ain't really about me. No, but it's been a while, and I appreciate you checking in because yeah, I care about y'all. It's nice to hear. Just a keen eye for detail. Never used Godot, Unreal, or Unity. Nice. Nice. Thank you for bringing your keen eye in here. And sharing what's going on with you. So I set this theme override. It is a little complicated. I am starting to think maybe we should just do the tutorial thing. But if we're going to get into it. But I just was curious. So that, I mean, yeah, the theme override, it is getting a little complex, isn't it? I mean, we set this. So if I come over here to this text and I say, give it a theme. There's not like one available, a font available. Yeah. All right, I'll skip that. I'll skip that. Potato, I'm taking your advice and I'm skipping that for now. But consider it considered. So let's just give this label a font. So I'm going to load the font. Looks a little nicer. Increase the font size. Let's say 40. I was told that Godot has amazing options for making menus, as in it's supposed to be easy. You know, we'll find out because that's kind of what I'm doing, right? I'm creating like dialogue between characters and I want you to be able to click on the options, which is basically a menu. So, you know what? I'll let you know. We'll find out. I hadn't heard that specifically, but I'm very glad to hear it. All right, so we got text. It looks like we want it to look. This is wonderful. Now, suppose I want like a box, right? Like maybe there's a way to put like a background on it or something. but canvas item, texture. All right, S, see you later. Thanks for coming in, and thanks for suggesting rolling back to an old version, because a part of me is curious about the old version. I don't know if I'm willing to commit to something that's deprecated, but thank you for suggesting that. I really appreciate it. Thanks for stopping in and helping me out today. Take care. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see. I don't even know what to search for. I guess in control. Oh, cool. Oh, they're all green. So like the label is green. So if we want stuff and we look in control, that has all the things we want. So like a panel. I want a panel. Gotcha. So this is very familiar to me coming from Unreal Engine. This is all really similar. So I would want the label to be a child of the panel, right? And then we can move the panel around. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is very nice, I will say. So we could say this is you. And I guess I would want to control when this appears, right? And we want options and stuff too. So there's definitely a lot to think about. I guess I want to set the labels. You know, it's nice to tool around a little bit in here. I do want to get into logic stuff, but I think it'll be nice if we're working in an environment that we care about or whatever. So I guess I want up here to be the anchor. And so then if we resize this or move it, everything will be fine. Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. So you, and then we can have a section for the text and a section for the, so I'll say this is speaker you. And then I'm going to add another label. I'm just kind of bouncing around, just feeling it out, doing what feels good. And this is where I might want to do some dynamic text or like have it change depending. So we'll kind of want like an array, right? We'll want somewhere to collect all the possible messages and feed them out at different times, right? But yeah, so I'm going to have it be blank for now. And we might want to style it better later. So maybe we'll say this is where the message goes. I mean, I'd kind of like it to be, I'm going to actually redo this. I'm going to duplicate, let me put this in the garbage. I'm going to duplicate the U node, and I just want to make sure that it's on the same line. And then we can have the options down here at the bottom, is what I'm imagining. Okay. All right. And then let's not have it say you. It's just going to be blank. And this will be message you. So the player's message. One thing I like to do, Centertain says, in any editor is if there is a process of starting a project that has changed in later updates, to roll back to an old version, make the foundation an update. What? If there is a process of starting a project that has changed in later, that is way above my level of understanding. What? Wait, why? 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 Hey, what's up, Gino? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for saying hello. Okay. So we've got a speaker, we've got the message, and it's taking up a lot of space, but that's okay. We can always shrink this, right? Oh, yeah. So it doesn't shrink the text itself. And we probably should change our anchor for the U message to be in here, so it keeps it right there. Like that. Reluctancy to learn new processes. Oh, so you're talking about, I'm so confused. So you're talking about like a program where you've been using it and it got an update. Opinion on Minecraft? Not much. Not much. I played it a lot when it first came out, and I got kind of bored with it because I'm not very good at building things. At least not like in a symmetrical way. So, yeah. But it's fun. It's cool. It's impressive. Not much. Not a huge opinion on it. How did the Unity catastrophe affect me? Well, every Wednesday I was doing a Unity live stream. I started out maybe like 2 months ago, like very, very recently. I started doing Unity live streams. Yeah, 2 months ago, and I was doing it once a week since then. And I was just learning Unity. I was just learning it. You know, I just wanted to learn it. So luckily, I didn't have like a huge, big, important project I was working on. It was a pretty small thing. And so, yeah, I actually ended up not doing Unity on the week that it happened. The chat was like, no, don't do it. So I didn't do it. And then we just reacted to the news. And yesterday, every Wednesday is when I was doing Unity at 2 p.m. Eastern. Now I'm doing GDevelop. Not because it's a good idea to move from Unity to GDevelop, but because I think GDevelop will do a good job at making the game that I was trying to make in Unity. So yeah, I'm just switching to GDevelop. That's how it affected me. And I have to abandon that project and remake it. Not the worst way. What about you? Did it affect you real badly? Centertain says, like Unity, for example, if you make a new project and need some features that are different in new versions, just make it an old version, update, and work with it. If you make a new project and need features that are different. Oh, so you're saying if I wanted those visual scripting features, go back to the old version, do it all in visual scripting, and then upgrade to the new one? That's an interesting idea. That's an interesting idea. So what is, I don't think I'll do it, but that's an interesting, see, it feels like a lot of effort, but I love to know that that's something that you've like gotten used to doing. And now if I ever like want to, it's in the back of my mind. Like, you know what I could always do? That thing Centertain said. What is the wildest game idea you've ever thought of? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. No idea. Maybe like, maybe, I mean, anything that's like a simulation. I definitely would love like really cool simulations. You know what? You know what my wildest game idea is? It's, so you know that like trope in TV and movies where you can't, like, what is it called? Like the time loop thing, fallacy thing. Like if you, in movies and TV where you can go back in time and you change something back in time and everything in the future like is different because of that one thing, right? Or like everything has to stay the same or else everything is different. I imagine a game where it's a simulation of that. And so there's a world, you're in the present and things are a certain way and you can go back in time and change things and it actually changes the rest of the world after that. And you can just like keep messing with the world and like changing it in all these different ways and track the changes and stuff like that. That I think that's actually my wildest game idea, is a like infinite time loop thing simulation. Yeah. How long are the streams usually? Anywhere between 2 hours and honestly 9 hours. Between 2 to 9 hours. I don't plan on it being 9 hours today. I would say on average 4 to 5 hours. On average. Did some quick searches. Seems like the rich text label is better for paragraphs since they wrap. Oh, nice. So that's amazing to know. It does, I will say though, Entertain, we do have wrapping here. It says auto wrap mode off, and this is on the label. We could do word or word smart. I mean, word smart sounds great. And then if I turn this off, it doesn't wrap. So I think we're good. But that was close, if I'm correct. They're like the label versus text paragraph elements. Yeah, so the rich text, I had experimented with it in the last stream, the rich text. And it seemed like the main difference was you could use BB code in the rich text. And it maybe even had a few less other features than the label. It just also had BB code. So I'm not sure how I feel about that. XAML. What's the thing where you switch apps that quickly? I know, I wish it was prettier. That's Alt-Tab. That's Alt-Tab, baby. Hold that, let me see, get this up. Hold that Alt button, hit that tab. Now, by default, Windows 10 and 11, and maybe before that, I don't know, they have a really fancy one that shows you like a preview of the program, right? Every time you pull up Alt Tab. I hate that because it slows down my computer and thus my frame rate when I'm live streaming. So I like changed the registry on my Windows computer to put this old version. This is like the old Windows 95 version of Alt Tab, so that way it just shows an icon and it lets me cycle through the different things. I honestly, I do it without thinking. I just like, you know, I'm gonna go to this, I'm gonna go to that, go to this, pull up that, pull up this. It's just like automatic in my brain. That's just me. It has less features. It has less features and it's only needed for text. It's probably better for efficiency, less resources used. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Extremely minor, but it's a good habit. Considered. Centertain, consider it considered. Consider it considered. I originally went with Unity. I'm going to stick with the label. But then again, you're starting to convince me. I originally went, we can always change it. Went with Unity. Because the thing is with Godot, you know, we have this text box, this label named message you. So as long as I keep that name, so I could replace this with a rich text label in the future, and I just call it message you. And then it will, in the code, and it'll just point to that, and it won't matter. So I'm just going to keep it this way for now, since it's what we already have. But if I run into like problems, I'll definitely keep that in mind. And you're right, efficiency is a really good habit. Totally, I totally agree with that. It's a really fair point. It's a fair point. It's a fair point. I went with Unity because I could make small games on it, 2D or 3D, but I also could make a huge AAA game. Yeah, totally, if I wanted to. C# is pretty easy as well, so it does suck, but it's okay. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I mean, and that makes sense. Like, Unity is a great engine. It actually is a great engine. Do you know what I mean? Like, literally, it is. It's just, you know, it's I think putting all eggs on one engine basket can be a bit of an issue, you know? That's all. And so I think we're all sort of looking, I mean, I've already been looking at multiple engines, but I think a lot of people are especially looking at other engines. And I'm like not gonna learn Unity anymore, personally, at least for now. But yeah, it does suck, especially if you started learning it and now you have to learn something else. It was a very capable engine for sure. Yeah. I hear you. I hear you. How many apps do you need to have open for it to lag? I don't know. The reason why it was lagging was because it would be loading a preview of each app. It was just like fancy and pretty. And so I think it was just, I don't think you needed many for it to lag. And again, it was subtle frame drop stuff when I was live streaming. So you probably won't notice it, but I would notice it when I was live streaming. I don't think Godot is really for big 3D games, right? Or am I wrong? You can. No, you can. I mean, here's a big 3D game. It's called Runa, I believe. Runa Game Kickstarter. So this game is made in Godot, and it's like a classic... Nope, not Runa. Wait. Here it is. This is the one. Runa and the Chaikuru Legacy. So this game is made entirely in Godot. Check this out. Totally 3D, totally Godot. Big ol' platformer adventure. So it is completely doable. You know, I think... I don't know why some say Godot isn't good for 3D. You know, maybe that's been true at different points of its development. Maybe it still has some ways to go. But it seems very doable. You know? Centertain says, dude, use whatever you want. Yeah, I know. Just yeah, I know. And just so you know, like that's part of this stream. Like y'all are gonna come in here, y'all are gonna make suggestions, and I'm not gonna take them. Right? Like that's just part of hyper game dev is you know, y'all saying things, you know, and I say different things. So it's all good. Don't worry about it. You don't worry about it. But I do consider it. You know, when you say things, I consider it and I process it in my brain and I share those thoughts. So no, it's all good. Please question things. I beg of you to question things. One thing I'm looking forward to is S and Box and how that turns out. It's basically Gary's Mod 2, but they're making it ready for an actual game dev. What is that? S and Box? Is that like... I've never heard of this. Is it a game? Intriguing. Noted. Put a little bookmark for that. You could make games like Rust, for example. Semi-realistic graphics. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. 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 I mean, you know, you can't do Unreal Engine level stuff, probably. But, all right, anyway. So we've got the text. Thank you. See, Centertain, you know what was so valuable about you seeing that? You created this thought in my mind about maybe I should consider rich text. And then now we got rapping. I wouldn't have done the rapping if you hadn't said that. I mean, eventually, but not right away. So thank you. You questioning things is very helpful. Who made Gary's Mod? Gotcha. So it's like a fun, creative thing. It's not like a professional tool. It's a fun engine. I love that. I think Tuesdays are going to be devoted to fun engines. Right now I do High Pipe every Tuesday, but I think I'm going to expand that to just fun engines. Is this SN Box game free? I think it's really cool that you're trying out and learning so many different engines. Thank you. I just want to. I just love learning programs. You know, I just think it's a lot of fun to learn programs. So yeah, I'm here to do it every single weekday. I'm learning a different program, although, you know, I repeat it every week, but I'm thinking Tuesdays we might cycle out things like SN Box or whatever. That's what I'm saying. They're actually trying to make it into a serious engine. They are? Wow. All right. I mean, to me, a serious engine just means you can export stuff and sell it, you know. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Gotcha. Well, consider it strongly considered. It's inspiring. Let's go. Let's go. Let's be inspired. Let's make this game. So we've got this. I actually think I should make this a little smaller. Just a thought. And then this will be the message in theory when we come up with that. But I'm going to want some buttons, right? So on this panel, let's add a child node. Let's look for buttons. We got buttons, check button, color picker button, a color picker button. Why not? A menu button, an option button. Okay, a menu button, a button that brings up a pop-up menu when clicked. You know, I will say, part of the idea was that you could like give like a more positive or a more negative response. So I'm kind of wondering if we have like the three, you know, message types: eager, even, and distant. And we can change those to be different things. But then when you click on that, you can either give it a more positive or a more negative response. But then what if you just want to give it like a neutral response? So we could have three options. You know, that could be kind of nice. I actually am kind of down with the menu button. I think that would be kind of dope. But so then I'm going to have to figure out like outputs, you know, and how we're going to read that in code. Have you already learned some 3D modeling? Barely. I mean, I've done 3D modeling that's built into Unreal Engine, but very, very, very little. The main points of why I'm excited for SMBox are lighting, ease of access like Gmod, being able to export, and live creating and testing. That sounds awesome. Thank you for telling me about it. I'm so glad. What's my favorite? I don't know. I like Unreal a lot, but I've used it the most. So at this point, I just don't know. Is Godot perfect for pre-Dreams users? Yeah. That's a tough one. Honestly, I would have recommended Unity for people who used to be dreamers. At this point, oh, Gino! Wait, Cave Quest Gino? Welcome back! Yeah, so, I mean, I think Godot, yeah. I think Godot, if, like, Unity is what I would have recommended if you were coming from Dreams. And I would have recommended using the visual scripting that they have. There's no visual scripting in Godot. So Unreal Engine, it does have visual scripting. Gotcha. Unreal Engine does have visual scripting, but it's kind of complicated. So I don't know that I'd immediately recommend Unreal Engine. I would say Godot. Yeah, that's tough. I still got a lot more engines to try out. There's also some like Click Team Fusion and Game Maker. There's GDevelop. I'm doing GDevelops on Wednesdays. It doesn't, Sergeant. Unfortunately, it doesn't have visual scripting. I think it might for some graphics stuff, but not for actual coding. They got rid of it. They might get it back in the future if community adds it. If the community adds it. Godot, obviously, you can get around it, but the 3D pipeline has a similar look to Wii U era 3D Nintendo games. That's true. Yeah, it depends what you're looking for. Like, what is it that you want coming from Dreams? Is it the ease of use in Dreams, or is it the the results visually? It just kind of depends what you're looking for. But GDevelop is a really nice one because they have a lot of pre-built assets that are super useful. And I'm doing that on Wednesdays. You can check out the stream I did yesterday if you want to see kind of how that went. It's really easy to put together games. But then you have event sheet scripting, which is a little different. I love the Wii U era graphics. Yeah, they're pretty cool. But could you make really crazy game with just Unreal Blueprints? Yes. Absolutely. You could make a whole absolute giant, perfect, beautiful, amazing project with just blueprints. Yes. Emphatically yes. It's extremely powerful. The visual scripting in Unreal Engine is extremely powerful. Yes. My answer is absolutely. I always thought you had to learn at least some code. You don't. If you're making a AAA game or even a AA game, and you have a team, it's probably going to be easier to find some people who know C++ and have them use their experience in C++ to help make the game, right? And you can mix blueprints and C++. So you can have blueprints and those other people who know those skills. But if you're a solo dev and you don't know C++, you absolutely don't need it whatsoever. Not even a lick of code. You don't need any C++. You don't. Blueprints is basically a representation of C++ as it relates to Unreal's needs. It's very, very robust. I do Unreal Engine on Mondays and the visual scripting in there. You can see the playlist, the Hyper Unreal Engine playlist on the channel page if you want to see sort of how that's going for me. I really enjoy it. It's got a learning curve, but it's super, super powerful. I tried remaking a 2D platformer I originally made in LBP3 in GDevelop, but it's defo not the engine for me. Not saying it sucks though, it's very much doesn't. Yeah, I find GDevelop a little messy. I find it a little messy, but I'm gonna stick with it and keep learning it. But that would be a good project, I think, to make in GDevelop. That's pretty much what I'm doing, a 2D pixel platformer. So I honestly understand, like, I don't love it, but I'm gonna stick with it because it is powerful. And it's very JavaScript based too. Yeah, try out Unreal, honestly. It's a tough, the hardest part is learning how to reference like logic between stuff, but once you kind of get that figured out, it's really, really fun. Compared to Dreams, how hard are UE blueprints? Very hard. Compared to Dreams, really hard. Mess is not the problem. Otherwise, I would not gotten into Blender. Okay. All right. Try Unreal if you have 100 gigabytes of free space. Yeah, you do need some hard drive space. That's true. That's very true. All right. So I'm going to create this menu button. What do I want to do with this menu button? How do I do it? Let's just put in eager. And we can have an icon with it. Wow, fancy. Can we just new viewport texture, new canvas texture, new image, atlas, mesh, curve, gradient, animated texture, camera text, a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff. It's interesting. So if I just use this, okay, cool. We'll just do this for now. We'll just do that for now. And then if I want to add a different font, I guess we come into theme. theme override. I see. So the theme, so this way I don't have to, so the theme would let me not have to set this every time. And the override will, so this is kind of why I do want to mess with the theme stuff, because we're going to be doing a lot of text, and I'm going to have to set it every time otherwise. So I think we should actually explore the theme stuff. I just need to figure out how to actually get it set up. So I started to create a new theme. Now I just have to figure out how to do that again. New theme. New theme. Oh, so that is the theme. Okay, can we edit the name so it's not called new theme? Just give it like a real name. Surely that's somewhere. But I'm not sure where that exists. But I feel like that will help a lot. Theme. I mean, I guess it could just be called that. Maybe I need to save it. Maybe I need to save it. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna say, you are a friend, theme 1 is what I will call it. And for this theme, we kind of already started to make a theme somewhere else. Oh, it's over here. I see. All right, let me get rid of this then. Oh, wait, no, we can keep it because it should be the same. I guess I just would want to, and is it going to be an option? Load, there we go. And then we can load this one. Now I do see that this at the bottom. Oh, okay. Can I replace this one? Let's replace this. So that could go on top. Still doesn't have it. Let me add font in here. And then we'll load this font, save it. And now, does that show up elsewhere? It does. Okay, good. So then if I come to this eager text down here, yes, link in the description, Gino. I absolutely do. Hypergamedev is the Discord. You can also type !Discord in the chat. No, you can't. Actually, you can't. I actually don't have that set up right now. In theory, you could, but just go to the description. You know, that command stuff is great for Twitch. Not as useful for YouTube because we got description boxes. So check out the description box. So I might have the commands up soon though, since we're going to be getting channel membership soon, which is pretty exciting. And so I might want some like things we can do, redemptions and whatnot, but we'll see. So I'm going to say theme. Oh, it doesn't actually, oh, maybe we can load it. I see. I thought it was going to like appear in this list, but we can hit load. Click on it right there. Type variation. Now I will say I loaded the theme, but I'm not seeing the font changing, which disappoints me a little bit. I would have thought that would have applied the theme. Show in file system, save, make unique, recursive. Quick load. I wonder why. I mean, if I hit play, will it look... No, it doesn't have the font. Description boxes come with the price of letting go of channel cards. What? No, it doesn't. Oh, you mean on Twitch? You're comparing YouTube and Twitch? What are channel cards on Twitch? I don't remember what that means. When I click on this, now interestingly, because remember, this is a menu item. When I click on this, we do get this little bar that appears down here. So that's kind of interesting. I wonder how that's going to be useful. So I don't see the font changing. So I don't really know what I'm doing wrong with the theme. It might be that just because I have that font set up in there, right? I have it in here, but I'm not necessarily applying it. The card's under your stream for merch, ads, and other stuff. Okay. Yeah, I think you can still get that stuff. It's just a little different. But that requires a another tier on the YouTube monetization scale. Stream is reconnecting. Don't worry, you guys. I think we're back. Sorry about that. That wasn't you. That was me. If you're watching it after the live stream, you probably don't know what I'm talking about. But my network is being upgraded by the ISP, and sometimes it flickers. But we're back. Anyway, no, it wasn't you. I know what you're talking about. The cards, yeah, whatever. I mean, it's okay. You know, like the cards are nice, but I think the YouTube description box is cleaner. I'm strongly biased to YouTube. And I do think YouTube needs to improve to catch up to Twitch in a lot of ways. But and you're right, it is a trade-off for sure. So I feel like what we have to do is we have to somehow convey that this font should be used. And I do think it would be a good idea to look at a tutorial. So for now, I'm not going to. I'm going to just set it manually as an override. But I'm strongly looking into the themes thing. And we at least tooled around with it a little bit, you know, and experimented with it. And maybe in the future, we can look more deeply. Okay, so I'm going to make this bigger. If I wanted it to be underneath, let's see if we can figure that out. So the text is currently next to it. Oh, and then we can add an element. Nice. So let's say text positive. Let's add another element, negative, or we'll say neutral and then negative. So I'm imagining you can have 3 different types of responses, right? I legally have to say this is a joke. Okay. All right. Oh, cool. So then we get a pop-up here with Dude, this is awesome. Cool. It's entertaining. I honestly think you were right. I mean, I see what you were saying about the menu stuff being nice in Godot. Look at that. Look at that. We got a whole drop down here. They don't do anything, but it exists. I love it. All right, cool. I don't know how I feel about this being transparent or like its placement in the scene. Let me see if I can center this a little better. So I'm going to grab... Now this is the whole user interface. Oh, we're actually off of it. So I guess I want the user interface to be the same size as the game window area. And then the panel, the entire panel itself. Let me make sure I set this up right. And the entire panel, I would like to move like there. Let me see what that looks like. All right, that's a little better. It's a weird with the overlap because it makes it look like there's a bar at the top. So I kind of want the opacity to be a little stronger for now. You know, maybe we can stylize it later. Maybe that's in material or texture. I'm not really sure. We did set the background somehow. How did we set that? How did we even set the background color? I know I did it. I know I did it. But now I don't remember how we did it. Or did it already have a color? Now I don't even remember. Just trying to learn. Just trying to learn. Theme. That's just got the text stuff. Panel styles. Style box. Okay. Visibility. I mean, if I turn this off, it all disappears. Texture, inherit, material, empty. Use parent material on. Maybe we can create a new material. It should be in the theme or theme overrides. Okay, let me collapse all this. We got so much open here. In the theme, we have the text. Type variation. Theme overrides has styles panel. So probably here then. New style box empty. New style box flat. New style box texture. Maybe I want a texture. And then we want to edit it. Now that's just transparent. We can choose new viewport texture, new canvas texture, new image texture. Maybe I want an image. So that's just magenta. And let's edit it. Oh, I think I did not hit edit. There we go. Looks like image is not necessarily the way we want to go, because it doesn't seem to have options. Choose flat instead of texture. All right, will do. I will do that. All right, let's clear this then. Let's go back. I love the little back button up here. I love the inspector has back and forward. That's amazing. So we're gonna clear this. We're gonna say new style box flat. Edit. Hey, there we go. Thank you. Thank you. Cool. And then we can make the opacity full. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Did YouTube just not show my 2 longer messages? Maybe. If you put a link, if you use bad words, stuff like that, could make it go away. Literally Persona 5. Is that what we're making? Are we making Persona 5? It kind of makes sense, you know, like there's never an original game idea. Like original game ideas don't exist. Kind of, but barely. But that would be interesting to know, because then I could study that and base it on that. How long does the Friday... That one's the shortest of them. That one's about an hour, 45 minutes. 2 hours tops, but rarely. It rarely goes over about an hour 40. It usually is about an hour 50 minutes. 50. I typed out a whole message, but I also do a stream after on Patreon, after the Friday stream. I typed out a whole message about the ISP being like the shadow organization. They didn't like it. They didn't like it. The caps got claimed as spam. Oh, maybe. Yeah, that could be. ChatGPT only works for basic code. True. Cannot come up with new code. Only code summarized from existing phrases online. That sounds true. There was context to me saying it's a joke. I believe you. You meant the dialogue box looked nice. Okay. Oh, okay. I got you. Thank you. I'm glad. Okay, so we've got you. We're going to have the message up here, and then we've got your responses. And I feel like when we start getting into code stuff today, it's going to be trying to figure out how to sort of define these responses. I'm just trying to learn the shortcuts here. So it looks like if I use the scroll wheel on my keyboard, it zooms in and out. If I hold Control and I use the scroll wheel, it moves up and down. If I do Control and Shift, it moves left and right. So that's that, in case you might be wondering. Shift is interesting. Doesn't do anything. All right, cool. So something that I would like is for this to be organized a little differently. We have some options. Switch on hover. What? Does that mean it'll just like press it if I hover over it? Okay, no. I don't know what that means. That would be kind of cool though. Don't need it, but it'd be kind of cool. The UI looks Android-like. I see that. Theme override only shows configurable things related to the node in context. However, theme lets you edit overall UI stuff for more consistency. That's what I want. That's what I want. Yeah, that's something I really do want to look into. I'm kind of eager to get into coding today, but like I have a feeling I'm gonna want to care about this. Although ultimately I'm gonna be like duplicating a lot of things, and I'll probably reuse. You know, here we're making the dialog box for the player. It'll probably not be that different for the I don't know. I guess if I think about it, like we'd want to be able to see the context of what the other characters are saying. You know, so like we're saying this, and if the other character says, you know, how was your day today? It would be nice if we could see what the other character had said. So I almost want to add that in here, maybe on the top or something, now that I think about it. And so anyway, it would all be already defined and there ahead of time. So hopefully we wouldn't have to redesign too much. But still, I'm curious about the theme stuff in general, in a general sense. Shift and scroll usually scroll sideways in other programs. That's true. Some does forget to implement it though. Yeah. Yes, it does happen sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't. So, I find myself when I go into different programs, different things will work. So it looks like I can't shrink this down. The icon is just the size that it is. Oh, these are the items within there. I see. So we don't want to do that. Icon behavior. Expand icon on. Nice. Okay, there we go. Now we can resize it. Sweet. Icon alignment. Let's say, okay, center. Cool. And then the text, we can put that. Looks like we can only put it. I guess we could always do one of these. I mean, I kind of like the right. I think the right is better, but I would like it to be below, if I'm being honest. I'd like it to be below. If I think about like Unreal Engine, you could have like a vertical box and you could put like something here and then something there. I wonder if we need something like that if we want it to work. Vertical icon. Oh, top. Oh, there we go. There we go. Nice. Cool. It's quite tiny there. It's quite a bit tiny. It really gets shrunken down. And then the text overrun behavior. I don't think we need to worry about that really. I guess this is fine. It's just a little far apart. I kind of wanted to close that gap. Keybinds are useful in general, like using the Windows and arrows key to move windows quickly. Yes. Yes. It seems like the logo adjusts to fixed text size to fit the total size. Adjust to a fixed text size to fit the total size. I wonder if I make the text size bigger. So if I say this is 60. Oh yeah, look at that. And then it gets super tiny. Maybe there's a way to adjust the line spacing. That would be pretty nice. I don't think there is though. Oh wait, maybe there is. Horizontal separation. Outline. I don't think that's something we want. Just a guess though. Yeah, it's not doing anything. Okay. So I guess, it would be really nice. I guess I'm just going to say it's just left and right. I really want it underneath. Let me see what that looks like when I click on it. I mean, we don't really need the text. Like, we could just make icons. I guess we don't need the icon either, if I'm being honest. You know what we could do? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to open up. I'm using Canva. It's just a tool that I use a lot and I'm used to. So it's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a square here. Let's say, I don't know. I'm just going to say 2000 by 2000. I hope that's not too big. And I'm just going to make like a box. So I'm just going to say box. And we'll just make it like a frame. You can actually make 3D games in GDevelop now. Oh yeah, that's half of what I'm doing. I'm making at least partial 3D. Just a little bit. Absolutely true, RetroSparked. You're spitting facts. Ooh, I like this. That's kind of nice. I don't know if I like that it's a square. Yeah, maybe something a little more... yeah, maybe something like that. I like that. I like that. Let's use this. I already have license to these assets, so that's why I'm going to use these. I don't know that I want it to be black, though. We actually should probably make it white. Since our background is like a dark gray. Just as a way to wrap the text a little bit. All right, and then let's download that as a transparent PNG file. It's interesting to see if the scaling mode can be changed between scale none, scale 1, and scale all, because sometimes you just want the logo to stay in the same size and the text scale. In HTML, You can change this by setting the grow and shrink options of flex elements. Magic World Simple. There are settings. Yeah. Let's try a different icon here. So I'm going to make sure I put this in my project folder. I'm going to open up my downloads folder separate. And grab this thing that we just made. I believe this is it, right? Or is it something else? That's it. And I'm gonna start organizing things a little better here. I'm gonna say UI images is what I'm gonna call this folder. And I'm gonna drop this in there. And I'm just gonna call this response border or border responses. Okay. And then click on the menu item. And I'm going to change the icon. UI images, make it this border. And then I'm going to say that the alignment is in the center. And then we'll want the text to be in the center as well, or something like that. Not perfect fit there. If I turn the expansion off, it's much too large, but then it's centered. So that kind of points to having a smaller image to begin with. Can you use vector graphics as graphic elements in Godot? I don't know. Does anyone know? Can you use vector graphics as graphic elements? So that way, when you resize it, it stays the same quality. That's a good question. You should find out. That would be nice, though. That would be very nice. I would think so, just because that's so darn useful of a thing to have. Oh, I know why it's not centered. It's because I put enter up here. Nice. Perfect. Yes. Raise for icons to make them work on any screen size. True. That's true. That's true. To keep them from anti-aliasing and getting ugly and stuff. All right, great. So this looks pretty great to me. What's the click area? Like, is it out? It is outside. So you can, oh wow, it even has highlights on it when I hover over it. But it's a little bigger than the actual icon size, which is kind of not good. If curious, if I expand it, I don't expand it. Oh, right, because that's just the, so we kind of need to, well, it's tough. I guess what I could do is in my original image here, instead of making it a square, right? We could resize it to be the same size, approximately. So we could say, I don't know. I'm just going to do 1920 by 1080. Super big. But then maybe we can at least get a tighter wrap here. We could probably go a little smaller than that. Let's say, because it doesn't have to be like perfect, you know. But if it would fit the size, that would be great. 1800 by 1080, what's that like? Let's keep going. I'm going to say 1400 by 1080. Resize it. A little too far. I just want it to be kind of snug, you know? Yeah, I could trim the image. We could do that too. I think I'm going to go to, well, yeah, I'm going to keep doing it here. This is not a great way to do it. I'm just used to it here. We love 1080p around here. Yeah. Let's go full HD default resolution. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's just kind of like not necessary to go all out. I'm sort of arbitrarily picking these numbers. I'm not thinking too hard. You know what we could do? I'm just going to open up GIMP. GIMP GNU Image Manipulation Program is what that stands for. And it's just something I already have on my computer that I'm used to. I've been using it since I was a kid, so I think I'm going to do that. I could do it here in Canva, but this is really boring. So I'm just going to boot up GIMP, and we'll do it that way. So for now, let's just keep moving while that loads. and we'll want different ones. So I'm going to duplicate this. I kind of want it to be on the same axis. Let's do it like that. It'd be nice if they were different images, you know. We're just kind of prototyping it. Eager, I'm going to call even. Might change that wording a little bit at some point. And then distant. Imagine being able to put your taskbar on the side. This is a cry for help as I'm trapped on Windows 11 inside preview builds. Insider preview builds. Really? You have to have it on the bottom? I'm so sorry. That's messed up. That's messed up. You don't deserve that. Nobody deserves that. Okay. So I'm just going to open up that image from our file folder, project folder. And let's just trim this down a bit. Opening up our toolbox. And I'm just going to draw right around this. I don't really need the toolbox, but that's okay. I'm just going to wrap it pretty tight here. And then I'm going to do crop image fit canvas to selection. There we go. Just to make it a little tighter. So I just used Canva and to get this image, and then I used GIMP. You can use Photoshop or whatever to resize it a bit. So I do see that it's still a little funny, but that's just because of the previous resizing we had done. So I was trying to get it a little snug. Let's replace all of these. It's looking quite large. So I'm going to shrink it down. And we're kind of running, I mean, we're definitely running out of space a little bit, which is important to think about. So is this going to appear on top or below it? On top of it. Okay. I mean, that's fine. Okay. It's all right. Probably if there was like more space, then it will appear under. So that's worth keeping in mind. Oh, wow. That's not centered at all. So we should make the canvas, the dialogue canvas, anchor maybe at the bottom in the middle. If it'll let me. Like that. And then if we hit play, full screen window should stay down there. Positive, neutral, negative. I kind of don't love that we lose the eager text, but I don't want to worry about it too much. If it works, it works. I guess since we have all that space, I could push this up a little bit. Whoops. Just want this. I want to do code today, but I like that we get to check out the other features of this program. You know, it's nice. This is a lot better. This is a lot better. I like that it goes with the horizon as well. It's nice. Cool. Still have a lot of problems with it. You know, I don't really understand why it's adding a background to it. I'm sure we could change that. I feel like that's probably a setting we could modify. Because it's supposed to be transparent, not like have a little background. It's weird how they locked the taskbar to the bottom on Windows 11, but I don't mind since I'm a bottom taskbar enthusiast. I go back and forth. It just kind of depends. It just kind of depends. It depends like what I value. Do I value this space more or that space more? It just kind of depends. Apparently, I prefer it on the left side. Yeah, this computer's running Windows 10. It's not powerful enough to run Windows 11. I have another computer with Windows 11. I never tried to move the taskbar. I didn't know I couldn't. Oh, now I kind of hate that I can't. Okay, so if I click on just this button, icon behavior, theme overrides, font color, font pressed color. So this is the font interactive colors. But what about the box? So here's styles: normal, empty, pressed hover. So what are these styles? Oh, cool. Oh, cool. So this is kind of just like the background we did for the canvas. We got flat, texture, empty. So I guess for normal, I mean, I kind of want it to be empty, if I'm being honest. New style box, empty. So now when we hit play, it's not going to have a box behind it? Yes. Cool. Neato. Awesome. I don't mind that highlights. I think that's cool. Dope. This is great. This is going really well. Anyone who is not loyal to the bottom taskbar empire shall be Okay. We do not allow anybody to have anything elsewhere but the bottom as far as taskbars go. Fascists. Okay, so that's fine. Let me zoom out. And I'm going to duplicate this. I gotta say, I kind of want it to look different. I hate that it's the same one. I gotta make them different, guys. It's bothering me too much. So there's probably variants. This one's a little too square. There are variants, but they're not great. At some point, we should just make our own, honestly. But I guess I'm trying to hurry. So what we could do is I could just let me go back to GIMP. What I could do is just flip it around. Right? So let's just do that. Flip it horizontally. That's a new one. Export it as. We'll just add like a 2 on it or something. Praise the bottom taskbar. Now that I think about it, more vertical space seems pretty good. Yeah, that's why I like it. Because programs, you lose some stuff in programs more so. Because we're already on my I do have my stream computer or my stream monitor. This is my stream computer. My stream monitor. So like if I could show you my displays, right? I have this monitor here, which is wide. And then I have this one, which is vertical. This is the one I stream from. And on the vertical one, the taskbar is at the top because, well, I prefer it at the top because I usually am looking down low and I want more information like my audio sound and stuff like that. But I have more vertical space to work with, so I give up a little vertical space on this monitor. But for the horizontal monitor, I want all the vertical space I can get. Look at that. What? Chaos. Chaos. Just chaos. So that's why I tend to just keep it on the left side over here because we already have so much horizontal space. I must stay loyal. You have chosen wisely. When we testing games, is that Friday? Yeah, so that's Friday after the game jam. So make sure you are signed up on the Patreon, all right? We have a free Patreon tier. It is a free Patreon tier, okay? It's totally free. You don't have to pay anything. Patreon, think of the Hyper Game Dev Patreon as a way to get emails, basically, right? It's a way that I do emails. So every Friday, I send out an email newsletter, and that email newsletter has a live stream attached to it. The only way you can get to that email newsletter is if you are on the Patreon. So here we are. We're in a incognito browser here. Going to the Patreon page. When you get here, you're going to hit join the community. All right. And then you're going to sign up with your email. And then you're going to get an email on Friday with a live stream in it. That's the live stream where we do it. All right. From the way you speak, I believe you. Thank you. Use Linux Mint. Linux Mint is a good one. I do like Linux Mint. As far as the Linux distros goes, it's the most like Windows. Top taskbars are an exception. You guys are the gods among mere mortals. Yeah, top taskbar. It's great. Welcome back, guys. All right, copy, copy. Okay, so we are just making some variants here to the box border. I'm gonna say this is border responses 2, and then let's just make it flip vertically as well. I don't think I'll need a third one, but I guess I could always consider using it. Let me change the tool options. Where's my tool options? Here. Oh, it was vertical. I see. Okay, so let's do this one horizontal. Export it. This will be 3. It's really not that complicated. I would think, you know, for a final version of this game, I'm going to want to make our own. But for now, this will do. So we just have some different variants here so we can have different shape boxes. Come back to Godot, and let's change this one to be a different one. So we've got one like that. Let's put like this one here. And then I'm going to duplicate it, scoot it over. I do kind of want them to be the same distance apart. I'm going to actually redo this. I just want to make sure I'm putting them the same distance. Duplicate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, I'm not going to count it. It's on the line 1, 2, 3. That's what we'll do. Duplicate. On the line 1, 2, 3. Okay, that works. And then let me move this one to be like that. And then we'll update this one to be a little different, just so it has some variety, you know? All right, cool. And then the text on this one, I would like to be very different. I don't know if I'm going to stick with these names for like the type of response that you're giving, but it'll do for now. Not too bad. I'm going to select all 3. Just kind of try to center it a little bit here. Nice. We should have some 3 buttons down here for a way we can respond. We can respond positive, negative, or neutral. And that's it. Dope. Dope. It makes me think the text up here should be like, you know, smaller. How many lines can we fit? Lines, how many fit in this box? Probably only 2, if I'm being honest. Honestly, maybe that's for the best. You know, maybe it's better if we don't complexify this more than there being 1 line. I will say, looking at this, I don't like the positioning all that much. So I'm just going to adjust it a teensy weens. And then I'm going to make sure that that anchor is in the right spot now. Okay. Cool. Looks all right. And then this is only going to appear if you make a choice. So this would be empty until you say something. And then this fills in. And in terms of what the other person is saying, I guess we should have a panel for that. Or some space for that. So actually, let me say that I kind of want to make it longer, right? So if I extend this, it's all going to move with it because of the way we have things anchored. So that means I got to move everything again. So I'm just going to select everything that's in here and then scooch it down. Nice. The problem with this is it's not quite big enough now, because if we want them to have 2 lines, you know, we're kind of losing a lot of screen space by doing it this way. I kind of think we should make the text smaller, is what I think. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to put some words back in here. Words are back in here to help determine the length of things. Okay, cool. And let's make the font size on these. I'm going to go to theme override, font size. Let's bring it down. That's quite tiny. It's quite tiny. Maybe we can get away with 30. And then sort of squish this. We do lose a lot this way. So I'm thinking maybe we have what we say be over here. And then what they say be over here. Actually, you could get some good space here if we put it in the middle nicely. We could actually get a third line, even a fourth line. Technically 2 lines, though. Are you planning on making a Linux version when you release it too? I mean, I don't know. I guess. I guess. I have no idea. I plan on making... I don't know. I don't know. I guess so. Yeah, sure. Sure. It would be great to play it on Steam Deck. Yeah, totally. I mean, I would think I would want it to be able to be played on as many platforms as possible. If that's easy to do, then I'll do it. I mean, the project export here. It has a Linux export, so honestly, if this is easy, then yes. I'm glad you said something. Words are back in here to help determine the length of things. Socrates, probably. Yeah, I think I've heard that one. Yeah, I think I've heard that one. Yep. Enjoying the Stream Deck. I still haven't tried it. S is enjoying the Stream Deck. So that's good. So that's good. Okay, cool. So that's the longest that can be. Socrates. I think that's what with the C. It's kind of cute. This is taking up a lot of space. I'm gonna make it a little smaller. I do want to kind of get this stuff out of the way, you know, before I get into coding things. I think it would just be nice to be working in the environment. Steam Deck. Did I say Stream Deck? I meant Steam Deck. Sorry. I got streaming on the mind. What can I say? Okay, so that looks pretty okay. I don't love the margins, but I don't want to obsess over it. I've mostly just been a Nintendo gamer otherwise. Yeah, you know, that was me growing up. And then, like, I took a break from video games in a console way, or just in general, for a while. I played Nintendo when I was a kid, and then I went to college, you know, when I was, whatever, 17 or something. Didn't really do I had like a Wii. I played like a Nintendo Wii. It wasn't until after college, when I was like in my 20s, that I actually got a PlayStation. And it just blew my mind. I was like, what have I been missing all my life? I got streaming on my mind. Oh no, it's happening. Yes. Yes. I feel like we can make the U a little bigger. Okay. I think Fallout 3 was the first game, Demon Souls, or the first ones I played on PlayStation. I actually did play some PS2 when I was in college, but not much. I'll play that again. PS3, that was PS3. PS3 opened my mind to like the possibilities of games that I didn't know were possible. All right. And then we can duplicate this. Ooh. Not quite an even fit there. I think we could easily just make this wider since we do have some space here. So I think that'll be fine. We'll just make it wide enough to fit that extra information. Your first console was PS2 and you played a lot of Spider-Man. Nice. Dude, the early Spider-Man games were amazing. We already have 2 here? Okay. That's fine. I feel like I played that on GameCube. The Spider-Man game. Might have been a different one, though. It's just like a big open world, but I hadn't had a lot of open world game experiences. Spider-Man. It's cool. All right. It's kind of coming together. We'll say one is you and one is them. And then let's scooch that a little bit. I like to play Batman games. You know, the Batman games do seem good. They do seem good. What's the one that's like really good? Is it like Arkham Asylum or something? One seems like a very good game as far as they go. Okay. Nice. It looks all right. It looks okay. I think we should make the buttons a little smaller. Now, it doesn't look like I can resize them here. So I hate that. There might be a way we can manually resize them. That would be nice, actually. Custom minimum size. Transform. Here we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, so let's shrink it down a bit. I'm going to try to even it out. I'm going to make it 160, 100. And then I'm going to put that on these as well. So I'm just going to click them both. Go to Layout, Transform, and make them both 160 by 100. Nice. And then just get them in a good place on here. You know, part of me almost wants to like move it over under the U stuff. I'm not gonna, but because then I'd want to have something under them as well. So I guess what we would need to think about it in order, right? So when you start a conversation, both of these would be empty. Both of these would be empty when you start a conversation. I guess we could say that this isn't visible either. We could have these not be visible and set like a variable that makes these appear once you push something for the first time, and then you will appear and the message will come with it. So we could even keep the default text in here and then just replace and just have it be invisible and then replace it and then make it visible. Yeah, I think that works. All right, let me hit a save. Good. I think this is workable. I think we got something quite workable here. This is like very decent. Menus in Godot. The game that I was obsessed with for most of my life was Minecraft. That's a good game to get obsessed with because you have like all the redstone stuff to get really creative with logic. You can obviously mod it and like basically recreate an entire game using Minecraft. Obviously, the social aspect, the building aspect. Yeah, that is a formidable game to be obsessed with. Batman Arkham Knight is one of the best looking games graphically. It was made in UE3. Wow. Yeah, I think that's the game I'm thinking of. You're more of a builder. That's cool. I was always super impressed by the things people were building in there. I tried to build stuff. I'd always start something complicated and then I would never finish it. That's when I knew I was not good at Minecraft. Okay, so let me rename these nodes that we created here. We created we have speaker U. See, this is not speaker U. This is not speaker U anymore. This is actually speaker them. This is message them. And then we want to take, there's like some number 2s at the end here that I don't want. Get rid of this. And then let's rename these menu buttons. I'm going to say this is response eager. I don't know how I mean, I'm using these like parentheses. I feel like this is very, the very, how do you say, not good syntax, right? Like I'm not using like underscores or dashes or something, or a certain special case with like, it being lowercase and then uppercase. Like I'm just kind of typing it normally. I guess I'm kind of curious to know how that goes. So I'm going to do it that way for now. Response is super long. I'm going to do say. It's just too much to type, because we're going to have to refer to this in code and stuff. All right. Say eager, say even, say distant. Kind of would like to center this a little better. We probably need to think about some of the anchors for some of these things. Yeah, they're probably not anchored great. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. We can always fix that. This is my full-time job. It is what I do as if it were a full-time job. Let's put it that way. I survive off of my partner's wages. So my partner keeps me afloat. And the money that I bring in from Patreon and eventually from YouTube all goes directly back into the channel right now. So I'm investing it into the channel. And then my plan is to continue to expand the income that this channel makes, namely from affiliate links, sponsorships, maybe merchandise, and member community support. So once those income streams are more bolstered, then I'll use that as the money that I, contribute to my family and actually not be just borrowing all my partner's money. So I am entrepreneuring a YouTube channel by investing my partner's money and the money that you guys put into the channel to grow it. Yeah. I'm very lucky that my partner is able to support us both. Incredibly lucky. Much love to you. Thank you, partner, for doing that. Okay. So, now I need to figure out, now that we've got this set up, the next thing is to figure out how we can actually reference this stuff in code, right? So, I'm going to make a script. So, I'm going to attach a script. Where do I want to attach it? We need a hyper game dev Minecraft realm. Heck yeah. Yeah, man, there's so many things. Maybe that could do that for like a Tuesday fun stream day. A fun stream sometime. That would be fun. That's a little out of my purview in terms of capacity, but someday, especially if you guys headed it up, I would support it in every way. I would do everything to promote it if you guys made it. Okay. So I need to figure out where I'm attaching my script. We have the main scene. We have the dialogue box in general. Oh. Okay, thank you. Can you tell him to start in the backyard if I'm still streaming?
Sure.
Thank you.
If I can try.
Yeah. Okay. So, we've got the panel, which just includes all the stuff in it. We could put the script on that. I don't think it really makes sense to put it on these individual pieces just yet. I guess it kind of depends. Like, I guess the logic that we could realistically set up today would be like a fake conversation. Because the game, what I want the game to be is you can move around, right? So you can use WASD to walk around a room, and then you can approach a character. So I guess what we should really do is find a 3D model to just put in the scene, and then something we can just click on, and then this appears. Let's start with that. I think that actually is probably the best start. So we need to put something in there. How do we do that? Use local space. Okay. Let's see, if I add a child node to the main scene, Just type in 3D static body. Yeah, we got rigid body, character body, a 3D physics body specialized for characters moved by script. I mean, I wasn't really planning on it being like people walking around or anything. I was thinking they're just like models that stand there and maybe they have an idle animation. So I guess they would be moved by script. Animatable body 3D. 3D physics body that can't be moved by external forces. I feel like that's what we want. When moved manually, it affects other bodies in its path. I think we want that. That's what I think. Attach something to root, usually. That gives you access to everything without having to get parent. I see. I see. So there's not really an advantage to adding scripts to children unless I feel like it's more organized and I'm absolutely sure I don't want to access anything above it. Okay. So let's do this. Let's create an animatable body 3D. Ooh, we've got a warning. We got a warning right now. This node has no shape, so it can't collide or interact with other objects. Consider adding a collision shape 3D or collision polygon 3D as a child to define its shape. Okay. I will do this. And then, so I can't actually make this a child. That's interesting. Oh, it is a child. I see. No, I can. I see. It's just below everything. Gotcha. Okay, so let's add something to it. Do I prefer PC or laptop? Honestly, I prefer PC because PCs are more customizable. I have an Alienware laptop. It's a beautiful, beautiful machine, but when something goes wrong, it's such a pain to get in there and fix it. Whereas a PC, I can build the parts in and out much more simply. So I definitely prefer PC. Although the portability of a laptop is amazing, and I love having my other laptop. So it's kind of tough to say, but generally speaking, if in an ideal world, I would have a custom PC in every room in the house. That would be ideal. All right, let's add a child, and we want this to be some kind of polygon thing. Collision polygon 3D. Get on in there. Ooh, that's starting to look like something. You prefer thin and light laptops. It's understandable. I'm also very, very accident prone, majorly. So I do. The hyper in hyper game dev is because I am an ADHD person and I super, super knock things over and drop things. So thin and light, I would like more thin and light, but I inevitably break it. If you want to add a script to a child, that can be good for doing things specific for that child or the children's children. Right, right. That makes sense. Thank you. I appreciate like you saying this just like helps me like make memories and build my understanding of the program. And hopefully, same for y'all too who are watching. They do the job all right for gaming too. Yeah, totally. Yeah, if it's a nice one, for sure. I have a good laptop, so I will hold off on a PC until I actually start making money. All right. I find building a PC to be pretty affordable. If you have around $1,500 or between like $1,200 and $1,500, you can build exactly the PC that I have, which gets at least, streaming and making games done. But I hear that's still a lot of money. What is happening? I started clicking and now we're drawing points. What? What? Did I just draw a polygon? Okay, this is different. Okay, we're in 3D design land now. I guess I was drawing the collision. I guess this is the collision. Dude, what is happening? Okay. Okay. All right. Building a PC is affordable, but buying a Steam Deck is even cheaper. As a computer, that's interesting. It still feels like you can't upgrade it or anything. I like best practices. Thanks, S in chat. Yeah, right. It's really interesting. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Yeah. Yeah, y'all have been giving some good tips. Centertain had some good ones. Y'all got some good ones. Appreciate it. At the sacrifice of having to use Linux. That's a worthy sacrifice. I tend to install Linux on like old PCs and then I like don't really use it. I'm just like, well, I did that now. So here's what I'm trying to do. I'm okay. Oh my God, it's drawing things again. Okay. All right, we got some weird stuff happening here. So what am I supposed to do here? I'm so confused about what's happening. What I want to do is I want to move around the scene. Like that's all I want to do. I want to move around. So let me get this figured out. So if I right click and drag, we look around. Okay. If I use the scroll, we go in. Okay, this is good. If I hold shift and scroll, nothing is different. If I hold control and shift, nothing is different. If I hold control and scroll, nothing is different. Okay, if I hold control, how do I'm trying to like use like the D-pad. I'm trying to like pan, basically. All right, we gotta look this up. Godot 3D editor move buttons. Mouse wheel up and down, zoom in and out. Middle button, drag. I don't have a middle button, unfortunately. Which is unfortunate. That's one thing that sucks about using this is there is no middle button. I need like a separate mouse for middle button. Shift middle button. No! Oh no! What if I don't have a middle button? Oh shoot. That's not good. Maybe we can change it? Editor settings. There are quite a few add-ons that you can buy for Stream Deck. Nice. Having to use Windows is a sacrifice. I don't blame you. I understand. For me, I like to have programs work and not worry about things, but I totally get what you're saying. It might make a motherboard replaceable for newer versions. That's nice. Okay, editor interface, text editor, run, network, export, gizmos, panning. Okay. 2D editor panning scheme. But what about 3D editor? With no middle mouse button, it'll be a joy to watch you learn Blender. Really? Ugh. I hate that. What is with the middle mouse button supremacy? I literally don't even have a mouse. I have mice. I don't have mice with middle buttons. When did middle buttons become standard? Not on my mice. I guess I gotta buy a new mouse. Okay, it says pan modifier, shift. Zoom modifier, control. Orbit modifier. I mean, sure, make it alt. Warped mouse panning. Almost seems like it'd work. There are in-editor virtual sticks. Really? That lets you control the editor camera, but I don't know how to enable it. That sounds very intriguing. I swear all mice in existence have middle mouse buttons. Maybe, not mine. I haven't bought a mouse in a long time, to be fair. You just click down on the scroll wheel. Right. Well, yeah. I mean, so this is a touchpad. For one, this is a touchpad. The other mouse that I have has this kind of scroll wheel. It's like a ring. It's like a scroll ring. It does not click. There's a left click, there's a right click, there's a movement, and there's a ring. There's no click. There's no third. And then somewhere I have like a Bluetooth mouse. Oh, actually, I do. Okay, so I do have a few mice with the scroll wheel that you can click. I actually do. But I don't know that I have the dongles to control them. That's the problem. Or if the batteries are charged, yeah, I don't know where the dongles are. So, certainly not today. I lose them, man. Who keeps... I don't know where to keep all my dongles. They do have, like, a little place in here for the dongle, but it's empty. So, you know, to be continued. All right? To be continued. Whipped out a whole UFO to control the PC. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have my dongles. You need a big dongle box for dongles. I know, I do have dongles, but like I don't know which one is which. I have so many. I also have so many dongles. This one says Logitech. That's helpful. That's very specific. I'm sure that's the one. So I just don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna do it. Like I could guess. Neither of these are Logitech. So I don't know. Anyway. So maybe this is just something to look into. I think I just need to buy a new mouse. That's what the Patreon money goes to. Plug every dongle into the PC so you can use all the mice at the same time. Then I'm gonna get like phantom mice, and I'm not gonna know why because I like bumped it. No, that probably won't happen. Yeah, we'll see. I'll work on it off stream, and we'll think about putting the Patreon money towards a middle mouse button. For now, let's see if these modifiers work. I don't really understand it because I was trying the modifiers. It didn't seem to do anything. But apparently pan modifier is shift, orbit is alt. I made it alt, and zoom is control, which I don't understand. Yeah, it's not working. But so then how do I... Yeah, this isn't doing anything. Like, we could just get by this way. Well, I'm just gonna do it like this. We're just gonna right click and we're just gonna zoom around. Honestly, it kind of works. Is it ideal? No. I don't really care. It'll get us there, one way or the other. It means it changes what the middle click does? Oh, come on! Why is it gotta be the middle click? Dang it! I don't even see any mouse options in here, is the thing. It's like not a mouse option. I don't... I did have a way to like set my like my middle mouse to be like map it to a key, but it's just like never worked, right? So I don't know if we'll actually do it. I used to love my old mouse, but it ended up making my batteries leak and corroded the terminals. That sucks. You shall spend the money to grow your dongle collection. Yes, I suppose I shall. Get out of my face. Look at them trying to advertise mice. They're like, you need a mouse? I got you. Did it reset all of my mapping? It's stupid. Let's see if I can change this. No, not a smart action. Let's see if I can change this to be a middle click. Probably not, but I'm gonna try. Okay. Let's see if that worked. I doubt it. No, it didn't work. It works in Chrome. In Chrome, it gives me a middle click on here. But in Godot, it's doing nothing. All right, good to know. My stupid Logitech app refuses to work. Honestly, not surprising. Anyway, you guys, let's stop talking about this. I'm gonna move on to this. When I was actively playing Osu, I remapped the caps lock to left click because I was so used to pressing a keyboard key for clicking. Doesn't Valorant do that? Okay. Where am I? Why is it all so weird looking? It just looks so weird. So we created this uh animatable body 3D, but we need to add collision to it. So here's collision polygon 3D, and it looks like a shape. It has an error. An empty collision polygon 3D has no effect on collision. Okay. And then when I start clicking, it looks like it's letting me design the collision or something. So I think I need to probably add like an object in here somehow. I'm gonna look this up. I'm looking this up. All right. Let me close all this. We're just gonna look it up. I'm gonna say Godot add 3D object. We need help. Yeah, we could, I mean, not from Blender. I don't even want to import. I know you can just add a 3D object. I feel like you don't have to import things. We went back to the late 80s with neon lines and everything. I know, I'm like, so like, why does it look like this? It does look very 80s. Add a mesh instance node, and you can choose the default shape. Oh, okay. I mean, I do want it to be more than that someday. But if that will work, mesh instance 3D. Node that instances meshes into a scenario. What's a scenario? That's a new one. Godot, what is a scenario? I don't even see that. So I don't think that's an important concept. I guess this just means a scene. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's just a fancy word for scene. All right, let's create it. They forgot. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Okay, and then in here, we got mesh empty. Ooh, we got some options. We got box mesh, capsule mesh, cylinder, plane. I love it. Give me a cylinder, bruh. Hook me up. Oh, yeah. Nice. And then we got the F key focuses. Thank goodness. Honestly, if you got me F key focus, I can look around and zoom. We can get around. Dude, dope. All right, let's hit play. Sergeant says, oh no. Oh no. Now, it's not visible yet, but it might not be in a visible place. It might be blocked. Let's just scooch it up. I don't know. So here you need to adjust the global set. Bob, what the? Oh, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Global still Bob. Turns out the Logi app doesn't support the G series. I'm so sorry. That sucks. That's annoying. Glad you found it though. Okay. We have a camera, right? So here's our camera. I guess I want this to be a child of the camera, maybe? Try resizing the game window for a moment. That's a good idea, Fayez. Nothing, but interesting. Worth trying. So the camera's down here. Oh, that's our camera. So that would make sense why I can't see it. So we need to put this, you know, in front of the camera or whatever. So let's just move this down. All right, let me know what it is. Let's see what we can do. I'm gonna move this in front. Resizing it with the mouse. You've lost me. I don't understand. You mean like... Oh, there it is. Doing like this? We did find it, though. I just had to put it, you know, in front of the camera. So our camera is this itty bitty little thing here. Right there. It's got a little boop. Opens up. That's what it's seeing. Or at least vaguely. And I want to move this. A little tricky to use these gizmos, but it's not bad. I've seen worse. Scooch it up a little bit. So I guess actually before we start doing code, we also need a way to be able to interact with this. So a way for the mouse input to be visible and seen and usable. I will say, I would have thought it would be visible here. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Nice. Bring it closer. I'm not going to worry about like character movement and stuff like that today. I just want to get the dialogue thing set up. All right. This is something. How do I resize it? I mean, I'm just curious. It's not like a big deal. I assume it's one of these little buttons on here. Might have to hold like a modifier key. I don't know. It's not a big deal. I guess we'd come down to transform and just scale it this way. That works. That works. Cool. All right, so that's our character that we want to be able to, not our character, but a character that in theory I want to be able to click on. So somehow we need a way for mouse input to be in the game and for it to be detectable by this object. So that's going to be interesting. And of course, we're going to want to receive all that information through the code, which will be interesting. Maybe a little shorter than that. I don't know, I just kind of want it to look like a person standing there. Like it's obviously not a person. All right, cool. So we have this as a child of the camera. I don't know that it needs to be a child of the camera. I feel like it shouldn't. I'm going to actually take it out of the camera. I think that doesn't make sense. And I'm going to call this friend 1. That's what it's going to be called, friend 1. And let's just look at some of the options. Instead of running the game to see what the camera sees. Ooh. I like where this is going. Let's close the transform. Visibility process, editor description, source material override. So you probably want to add it like as a child node on here. You can just enable the preview checkbox. Oh. Okay. All right. Preview checkbox. Preview checkbox. Very cool. I like the sound of that. Don't know where it is, but noted. Oh, maybe on the camera? So I'm gonna go search. I could look it up, but I'm also curious to see if we can figure it out. It appears after you select the camera node. It does? Okay. Click the camera. Checkbox, checkbox, checkbox. Oh, there it is. Right up here. Let's go. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Thank you, guys. I see that it doesn't include the, it doesn't like render the UI, which is fine. If it's like a child of the camera, will it render it? I didn't think so, but I wanted to try. But that's still really helpful, so we can position the stuff in the 3D world. That's awesome. I kind of wanted to see it, especially in relation to the UI, but not always. Not always. So let's see if we can figure out, probably not, how to get this to be clickable. Nope, I'm over it. We're gonna look it up. Immediately didn't want to do it. Let's say Godot. I guess we need to think about mouse input. So let me do this first, actually. Let me go to the project settings and go to the input map. We haven't set up any input. So let's create something. Let's say, I mean, really just mouse, right? That's all we really need it to do. And then we want to add a new, oh, they have built-in stuff. That's right. I wonder if they have built-in mouse stuff already. It wouldn't appear that way. It looks like it's all keyboard commands by default. And then maybe we right-click on it. Oh, there's a plus button. So there's a trash can and a plus button. Hit the plus button. Mouse buttons. Let's go. Left mouse button. That's what I'm talking about. That's it. That's all I really need. That's all I really need is left mouse button. And we'll want to like, we might want to control whether it can do stuff. I don't know. Okay, so there's that. Godot mesh detect mouse. Let's just say that. Detect mouse over 3D object. It's not exactly what we need, but it could be useful. Friend invited you to a Discord group and they're arguing. You ask what they're arguing about, they don't even know. I mean, it is called Discord. I'm not saying that I want to see arguments in Discords, but it is literally, the word Discord means like a negative interaction, which I always thought was an interesting name for a product about chatting. Needs to have a collision shape. So this person is using they have a 3D mesh. They want to detect a mouse over. They've added an area with a collision shape and a mouse entered signal. Oh, I see, for debug. Input ray, so they're using a ray cast. They don't have a ray cast, or they're asking if they need to. Control node in the scene. You had a control node with a label subnodes in the scene workzog. As soon as you removed it, the control node blocked the mouse from objects behind it. I had to set mouse to filter ignore for the control node. That's something we're going to have to think about probably, possibly. So that's interesting. Because actually, the whole canvas, the UI canvas, the control canvas, is covering things up. So we should actually do that. Set mouse filter to ignore for the control node. What? Where do I do that? Where the heck do I do that? That's probably not in the input map, is it? This is tricky. This is tricky. I would think that would be on the control node, right? So I'm going to search ignore. Not on here, it would seem. Maybe on the panel? No. Okay, this is a bit of a mystery. Mouse filter to ignore for the control node. You figure out the arguments about? Overly defensiveness. Yeah, that can happen. Control node blocked. What is this set mouse? I don't really understand that. Because in the input map, you know, we have a mouse left button. And we can edit it. But we can decide only the device. And then there's really nothing else to it. Maybe shrink the parent control node to the block. That's true. We could also just do that. That's true. We don't really need it to overlap. Now, I will say that's not a problem yet, technically, right? Like, I haven't actually run into that as an issue. So then I also just need to move the anchoring a little bit so everything still fits. But I'm anticipating we'll have that problem. I guess I'll just scooch this up here a bit. Maybe I want... I'm not sure where I want these anchors, truth be told. Okay. And then let me push it up just a little bit further. Make sure we still have a decent setup. Very decent. We still need to find a way to have it be clickable. So that wasn't our real question, but I'm glad we can anticipate that happening. Is it possible? Whoops. Is it possible to detect if a mouse pointer is hovering? I don't really care about hovering. How to click on a mesh instance. That's it. This is from 2018. Dang. Seen tutorials that tell you how to get mouse position, how to detect a mouse click, but not how to detect whether it's clicking on the object. In the scene tree view, click in the mesh instance. In the spatial view, there's a bar which contains transform view mesh. Click the mesh button. Create convex collision. Click on the static body created. In the inspector, click on the neighboring node tab, select mesh instance, and click connect. The code editor should open and a function on static body mouse entered will be created. There's a mouse entered signal. Oh, you know, I saw this in one of the last questions. They said they had made a mouse entered. Gotcha. Now one can simply finish the input function above. Function input event. If input is event mouse button, if you press it, that. Okay, wow. This is gonna be, this is gonna be a challenge. All right, here we go. We're learning. All right, so we want to create a convex collision sibling. This is from 2018, so we'll see how this device holds up. Click on this, and we're looking for creating a convex sibling somehow. Collision, something with collision. Here's geometry. Eesh, I don't know. I don't know. We might need to add a node. I have a feeling this is a bit old. Because none of this is appearing. There's a bar at the top, there's transform view and mesh. Click on the mesh button. Oh, up here. Wait, here's mesh. Oh, whoa. Okay, so this is not in the inspector. This appears when I click on it, right up here. Now we have create tri-mesh static body. Create tri-mesh collision sibling, convex sibling. I think that's what we want. Simplified convex collision sibling. Okay, cool. Nice. And which one do you want? Create convex collision sibling. Let's do it. Now it says single versus simplified. This person didn't specify. This is similar to a single collision shape, the simplified, but can result in a simpler geometry in some cases at the cost of accuracy. Let's not do that. Sure, it's simple right now, but what if we want to make it more complex? Okay, so this is very similar to Unreal Engine, actually. This is very familiar to me. Okay, I did this. Click on the static body created by the editor. Oh, is that this? It did create over here this collision shape 3D. I can't say I see a static body. I guess that is what this is. I don't know. Okay, let's try that. In the inspector, click on the neighboring node tab. Okay. Here there is a mouse entered signal. So we might not have the right thing because I'm not seeing that as an option. Child entered tree, exiting tree, order changed, ready, renamed, tree entered, tree exited. So not quite. So this might not be the thing that we want here. Like, do I... Why would there just be a mouse thing ready to go? You know? I do see tree entered. It's not mouse entered, but that's something. We do have a warning here. Collision shape 3D, oops. Collision shape 3D only serves to provide a collision shape to a collision object 3D derived node. Oh, well, it's not a child, so maybe we should make it a child. That resolves one warning. It only, okay. Please only use it as a child of area 3D, static body 3D, rigid body 3D, character body 3D, etc. to give them a shape. I mean, it looks fine. It looks like it has a shape. Psycho says you need the static thing, which is a type of physics, to use a mouse enter signal, like an event. Okay. So this is just like not, it didn't create the right thing, I guess. Click on the static body created by the editor. I mean, almost makes me think, should I just create a static body? You know? Because there is a static body 3D here, node. And if I add that, and I come to nodes, there's mouse entered, right there. I am making it a child of collision shape 3D. And look, it says collision shape 3D up here. So I don't know, maybe that will work. Collision shapes only work when as a child of a rigid or static body node. Is that not what we made? I guess this is a mesh. I see. Well, it's weird because this question is about having a mesh instance. In spatial view, there's a bar. Click the mesh button. Click on create complex collision sibling. Mesh and collision should be child of rigid or static body. Oh. So I do, okay. Mesh and collision should be a child. So I should put it, wow. So I need to, okay. So we need to take the static body and put that. Choose a static body shape. Okay. Okay. Scooch this out of the way. So I have the static body 3D. Before I had this as a child of collision. We don't want that. I'm going to make this a top level here. I'll put the mesh in there. And then maybe I can have the collision under this. Oh, the static body is giving me errors now. Why? This node has no shape, so it can't collide. With a non-uniform scale, this node will probably not function as expected. Please make its scale uniform, same on all axes, and change the size in the children shapes. Oh my goodness. Static or rigid body is for 3D objects. Mesh children make them visible. Collision children define the shape. Okay. Well, putting the collision in the static body has resolved an error, so that's quite good. We still have a scale issue. I did resize the cylinder. Yeah, so let me, I guess I can change that. I made it all uniform. No, I didn't. Oh, okay, I see. So let's just set it all to 1. Link it. Okay, we've resolved the errors. It's not the shape that I want, but I wonder if I can now resize it. Yes. So I just resized it separately. So this is what it was after I scaled the static body down to be uniform. It went the way I didn't want it. But now that I have friend the mesh instance as a child of static body 3D, now I can come into there and modify the transform, and we don't get an error because the static body 3D is still uniform. Got it. Bodies and collision shapes should never be resized, apparently. But instead, the options of the collision shape should be edited to achieve the desired shape. I got you. That makes sense. Click on the mesh property of the mesh instance and edit it from there to prevent collision errors. Yeah. All right, the mesh property of the mesh instance. Here's the mesh instance. And then we have the mesh property. I guess just all this. Just anything in here. Okay. Sweet. I think we're doing okay here. Oh, here's height, radius. Oh. So you mean do it here? And I should do that instead of doing transform? It seems okay. It's not giving me errors, but, you know, if I can achieve the same thing down there, you know, then we can just change the width this way. This is pretty cool, though. This is honestly pretty cool. Let's do it. Let's make this uniform down here in the transform. And then let's adjust its appearance in the property. Because that's what we were told, and it sounds like it's a good idea. Because this is actually pretty dope. All right. Cool. Neato. So it's a little tricky to set up, but once you get it, it makes sense, I think. Okay. And then the collision shape 3D, the static body. So the static body parent, which has this like box around it, looks like it is the box the static body thing? I guess so. That has our mouse entered right here. So this is what we'll use in code. Now, if I wanted to refer to that mouse entered, I'm gonna need to specify. So I wonder, and I'm asking out loud. If anyone wants to answer, that's okay, but don't feel pressure. But my thought is, do I need to use the function here? Do I need to connect it to the script this way? Or can I refer to it without clicking on it this way? Well, first we need a script. So let's go to the main scene and let's do it. Let's attach a script. Okay. Path, that seems fine to me. Okay. Extends node 3D. It is called main scene, but I guess that's okay. That's not the name. I guess this is just the type, not necessarily the name of it. Okay. Well, I want it to be, I want all this stuff to be not visible. So let's get rid of, I'm gonna say that the panel. Also with the whole, you know, the UI being smaller, you know, what if we do want UI stuff around, you know, I might want to use that space. So I think we do want to still think about how we can get the ignore, but for now, for the dialogue, it makes sense. Anyway, I'm going to say that it's not visible to start off with. So I'm going to make it not visible. It looks like we have visibility options in the node signals that are available. So that's our goal right now, is to get it so we can click on this and it pops up that dialog window. That's kind of the goal. I think there might be a way to detect mouse without connecting the signal. Okay. But you would need to do some complex code where you connect functions to signals, and I don't know how to do any of that. Well, I mean, I will say that we did figure out how to connect. Wait, so you're saying, wait, but wouldn't that be signals? You're saying without connecting the signal. But then you're saying connect the functions to the signals. I see what you're saying. You're saying like the other way around. You can always get the mouse's local X and Y position. That's true. I have seen that that's a possibility. Oh God. Oh, we're in text now. Oh gosh, the anxiety. Okay. So, God, what are we gonna do? All right, so if we click on this, we don't want to pass. I want the first thing, I'm just gonna say mouse entered from the static body. If I hit connect, I want to connect it to the main scene. And now we have function on static body 3D mouse entered. Oh, we do want to pass this, I guess. I mean, and in theory, I would just want it to, this is no way this is gonna work. In theory, I would just want it to make the visibility. We have visibility changed. Oh, hidden, draw. So draw is how we make it visible, I would think. Admitted when the canvas item must redraw after the related notification draw notification. But is that gonna turn the visibility to true? Oh man, we're in trouble. You have to either connect it in the UI or connect it through the node. Okay. Oh man. I'm in trouble. I'm just in trouble. So this looks like a true or false. But then like how do I oh God. Oh, we're in danger. We're gonna have to look up a tutorial, dude. You have the raycast option, right? Casting a ray from the camera to an object. Okay, right, that makes sense. Also, signals are very useful when you don't want your game to wait for the input 60 times a second. Okay, interesting. To make it visible or not, do node visible, true or false. Oh, I like that. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, so then we're gonna say $dialog dot visible equals true. There's no way this works, right? Oh! Dude, that was so easy. I mean, I wouldn't have known to do that. If Novid hadn't said that, I would not have known to even try that. Okay, so then I kind of want to, oh, wow. That's interesting. That works so well. But this raises more game questions. Like, okay, what if you want to exit, right? Total W, utter an absolute W. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's just those little things. I appreciate you helping. I'm so lucky you guys are here because, I mean, I would have spent so much time trying to find that one line of code. That's so cool that that works. And let me just make sure, I mean, if I click somewhere else, so let's say I click like out here. Is that gonna do anything? No, I'm clicking all out here. Try to get my keyboard input. I click out here, nothing happens. Oh shoot, wait, now nothing's happening when I click on this. Wait, how did I break it? Oh, wait, how did I just break it? Wait a minute. What? Okay. Okay, I haven't clicked anything. I'm gonna click on, oh, it's doing hover. Oh, it's when I hover. But wait, when I clicked on this, nothing happened. Oh, so it looks like entered is hover. So I think we need to say and. Ah, I know what to do. I know what to do. Okay, I think I do. I think I know what to do, which is cool. By the way, I need to do something real quick. Real quick. I think when my stream disconnected, it disconnected my stream deck. which isn't nice. If you want to toggle, we'll try that. All right. Oru, welcome. You're trying to learn Godot too? What you working on? I am currently expanding this Hello World game. I actually made it. You can play it right now. There's a link in the description. I made this last week, which is pretty cool. Couldn't have done it without the help of the chat, of course. Of course, of course. And it was my first Godot project, and all that you do is you say hello somehow. So you got to figure out how to press hello. Once you figure that out, you press it. It says hello. It says hello to you. And then it says to say goodbye. And then you press the goodbye button once you figure it out. And it says goodbye. And then the game ends. And that's it. So that's the game that I made last week. And somebody had suggested that I try making a dating sim. Since this already has like conversation. And I was like, I don't know, okay, dating sim, that's interesting. But what if, yeah, it turned out well, right? What if we do a friendship sim? Because I just feel like friendship is like more interesting to me than dating. Maybe I just say that because I'm not in a dating part of my life anymore. So I don't really worry about dating. So yeah, I'm making a friendship sim. And so what I want is a way that we can like have text, right? Like I say something, someone else says something. We're going to set up different options. So you can either give like a flat response that isn't super high energy or super low energy. And then the game will keep track of the type of responses that you give and then give you at the end a report of what kind of friend you are based on the way you communicated with people. And that's it. That's the game. So today I started setting up this dialog box. And then now what I'm doing is I'm figuring out a way we can get this dialog box to appear when we click on a character. So I just have the cylinder sitting here. And right now it only pops this up if I hover over it. But I'm going to set it up so it's when we click on it. And then we might get a toggle in there too. So that's where I'm at, Oru. Recreate the Ultra Kill in-game dating sim. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Okay. So I'm going to say function on static body 3D mouse entered. And we want to do the input. Oh gosh, now I have to remember the input code. I kind of want to reference the old code that we did for the last project. How the heck am I going to do that? How the heck am I going to do that? Can we open a second project? I guess I could just do... Let me try opening a scene. It's okay. I just saved it if it breaks everything. Oh, I see. I can't actually load something outside of this project folder. I see. All right, well, I'm going to close this project. We have it saved. There's no risk, right? Whoa, we got some stuff open. Oh, shoot, we got all kinds of things open over here. All right, let me close all this. Get this mess out of here. My goodness. And then let's reopen Godot. Thanks, Potato. Yeah, it's coming together. Is it? Dude, Godot is awesome. Like, I'm honestly having more success in Godot than I did when I started using Unity. I really like Godot. It's actually amazing. All right, I'm going to open the game that we made last week. See if I can get my Stream Deck running right, too. And I just want to borrow. I'm just going to learn from past projects. I would never, in Unity or Unreal, it would be a huge decision to start a new project. I would be like, yo, like, I'm gonna need to like think about this because it would take so long to load a new project. But in Godot, it's lickety split. All right, we got input. If input is action, just pressed. We're just gonna copy that line, is what we're gonna do. because I don't have that in my head yet. I think that's going to be the hardest thing for me with text code. And what I like about visual coding is that, we have nodes. I can just search for like, input, and it'll give me a bunch of input nodes, and I don't have to remember exactly how to type it. I think that'll be a big challenge for me, is learning all of these. But I believe we can get there. All right, let's close out of this. Boot it up again. It's so fast. Godot is amazing. Even though like Python GDScript doesn't have types, adding type hints will make it run faster. What does that mean? Welcome, Ash Kettle, by the way. I don't know what that means, but it's very interesting sounding. Not a ton, but not a bad idea anyway. Only problem with Godot is waiting for it. I switched to Godot 2 years ago just because how lightweight it is in comparison to Unity. What do you mean waiting for it? I'm gonna say, now that we got this, that's pretty cool that you did it because of the lightweightness. I mean, it is like Unity is bloated. Unity is so bloated. Oh, waiting for Godot. I actually have that play. I have that play. I studied screenwriting and playwriting as my undergrad degree. I literally have a degree in dramatic writing for stage and screen. One of the most useless degrees you can get. But I do have it. And it's honestly very difficult for me not to think about the play when I hear Godot. It's like very difficult for me not to think about the play. I am so glad you said that. Somebody knows. Somebody gets it. It's a good play. My computer crashed when I tried to boot up Unity. Ugh. I'm so sorry. It's unsurprising, and I'm so sorry. All right, so we're saying on static body, mouse entered, and input is action. Now we have a problem. We do have a problem, because this should kind of... Okay. What did I do wrong? Do I want Is it like wrong to try to put this in a function? Expected colon after function declaration. Okay. But there is a colon, of course. That is a colon. That is definitely a colon. I don't know much. You can't and functions. Oh. You can use it for Boolean expressions, though. Okay, so I'll say thank you. So even though it's saying... So now we shouldn't have an error. Okay, so even though it's saying... It was expected the colon. I see. It's saying it expected the colon here, not further down. So here I want to say something like if input is action, blah, 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 then do this thing. Maybe. Like that? Okay, no errors. Let's go. Call the end of it. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to say, if you get serious with Godot, download the mono version. Whoa. So you can use any plugins, etc. that use C#. Both script types play well with each other. I don't know C# myself. Would that advice still apply? 3D software lagging or crashing in general. It makes me speedrun the 5 stages of grief. Yeah. Unreal crashes a lot. Speedrun the stages of grief. It's like very relatable. Yeah. I usually go right to denial. Is usually my first reaction. Is like, it's gonna be fine. It'll be fine. We'll be all right. Um, okay. All right. So this isn't the input though. We want to say input mouse is the input. All right, let's try it. So hit play. No longer is it activating if I don't click. So that's good. If I click over here, nothing happens. Ooh, nothing happens if I click on it either. So we've still done something wrong. But it's not, it still knows not to run it right away. Right, so if I get rid of this line, I probably just made my input wrong or something. If I get rid of this line, we can just hover over top of it and it pops up, which is good. I think mouse entered is triggered only on the exact frame that you started hovering, not oh, so I'd have to click at the same moment as I was hovering in order for that to work. That makes sense. Try holding down goodbye and hovering. That makes a lot of sense. Especially coming in from Unreal. That was actually... Okay, so I'm holding it. Oh, that still doesn't work. Let's try it again. Interesting. That definitely seemed like the problem. But let me make sure. I mean, I feel like we'd have an error, right? If I spelled this wrong or something, we should have an error. Oh, we don't. So it'll just let me do something that isn't real? Okay, so let me check to make sure that's what it's actually called. Input map mouse. That is what it's called. Set a variable Boolean for when mouse is in. Set to true when mouse enter. Oh, nice. To fix the hovering happening in just a quick second. I gotcha. We should probably test the clicking separate from the condition just to make sure that works correctly as well. These are great suggestions. Just for a test, change just pressed to simply pressed. All right. Just pressed is exact frame too. Oh my gosh, you all are amazing. I need to, something that I've been meaning to do more is make credits. I do that for a lot of things, but I haven't done it for this project yet, and we definitely need to do that. So let me type this up. Let me type this up. So we got, who's coming through helping me? We got S helping me. We got Fayez, aka Variable. We got Ash Kettle. We got Psycho Ocelot. Probably others of y'all. Centertain. Novid. So I want to make sure we keep a list so we can have a credits for this game. The people who helped me. You guys are helping me so much. Did Sergeant McDonald have suggestions? I don't remember, but you're keeping me company. So we'll go ahead and put that in there. All right. If nothing else, Godot has great documentation. Totally. Including full tutorials. Right. And so if you guys weren't here, that's what I would be doing. But you guys are here. Okay, so let's try. I'm gonna, instead of doing any of this for now, I mean, we can keep that. But I'm gonna create, for the function process, I'm just gonna say that the dialogue becomes visible anyway if you just click anywhere. Because I just want to see if the clicking works. It does. Okay, cool. So the clicking, we're doing the clicking correctly. Because I clicked, that showed up. Good. So let's try pressed instead of just pressed. And then we're going to try the holding and hovering. Still not that. So you might need to try the Boolean to make sure it works. Oh, we got it. Click, 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 click. Hover. Click, 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 hover. Hold, drag, nothing. Hold, let go. Doop, 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 doop. Oh! It's almost like if I click on it, drag off, and come back, then it works. Yeah, definitely some progress here, for sure. Yeah, I think so. I would say so. Currently working on having enemies detect player in my game. Nice. Oh, Hollow. I don't know if... Do I need to put you on this list? Potato. Oh, we got to do Potato. Absolutely. Potato's got to get on the credits list. I don't remember if Hollow Tempest gave us tips. There's also another more immediate way where you can use function unhanded input and construct the functionality yourself. Yeah, because I'm kind of wondering about that. So are you talking about, when you say that, are you referring to the static body 3D mouse entered? Is that what you mean? I think that's what you mean. You're using Raycast and Area 2D to get your enemies to detect players in the game. Nice. Let me just update this. Gotta put potato in here. Okay. So you're saying, Psycho, that this would replace an intermediate way. Perhaps however is simply bigger than you thought? Well, I'm clicking on this. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. So we haven't done anything yet. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. If I hold it down, it kind of works. It's almost like I have to click on it. I don't even understand. I'm a little confused about when it works. Why? It's like click, leave. It's almost like if I leave, you have pressed then in the same frame as the enter. That's why it's working. Hold, click, and hover. Oh, so if I click and I don't move the cursor, nothing happens. But if I click and move, then it works. It doesn't, it takes a second though. It's like not very immediate. So you have to move a little bit. And then it appears. Which is kind of interesting. Does it work up here? So yeah, there's something, I feel like it's smaller. I feel like the area is smaller than I thought. Because here, it's not seeing it if I click and hover. Here, not seeing it. Not seeing it. There it goes. So it actually isn't detecting the click up here. Only down here, which is kind of weird. And if I come down to the bottom, doesn't see it there either. Kind of. It's a little strange. It's more like you rub the friend to start. No, this is not good. That is not how you make friends. Once it detects a mouse enter, it triggers. Yeah. What is the collision shape size? Oh, that may be it. Well, actually, I don't know. Okay, so let's go into the 3D part. Collision shape is smaller. You made the mesh bigger. Oh, that's the answer. Oh, I didn't update the collision to match the mesh shape. That's got to be it. Hey, what's up, Pierogigon? Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. On the bus, I presume. Or getting ready to get on the bus. Okay, so the collision shape, I don't even see the collision shape because I guess I could hide the mesh. There it is. Nice. So I can hide the mesh, and you can see that's still tiny. I reshaped the mesh. So I think what I need to do... You can make the collision visible in the debug menu. Yeah, but now it is visible, but now I need to reshape it to fit our thing. So I think I want to like delete the collision shape, right? Click on the friend, click on this mesh, and then do create single convex collision. And then there it goes. We just got to recreate the collision. That's all you got to do. And then we come in here and it seems to load a little higher. It's still not what we want. Still a little confused by how it works. It's weird. It's like if I'm starting here. Oh, so now it works the initial way we thought, which was you can click outside, drag in, and then it does it. If I'm already on top of it, it's a little harder for it to see it. So we just have to sort that out. But at least the collision makes more sense. Centertain is bailing, wishing me an amazing stream. Thank you. Yes, we're doing a great job over here. And thank you for coming through and contributing your thoughts. I really appreciate it. It's a pleasure to see you. I hope work stuff goes better for you. Thanks for stopping in and chatting, and good luck with all your endeavors. Rogi says, 3D collision. Wow, I never did this before. I did 2D collision, and it was pretty cool. Yeah, it is. It's not that bad. It's honestly not that bad. Rookie mistake. Visible at runtime, I meant. Oh, that's cool. Debug. Oh, cool. It is up here. Visible collision shapes. Wow. Nice. You guys got tips. You guys got tips. Like, honestly, I've been doing Unreal streams. I did Unity streams. We did it Gdevelop yesterday. Even when I did Dreams, I never had so many people who were so helpful coming through and giving advice. Dude, Godot is on another level, not just because of the program, but the community. The Godot community is ascended, and I'm just so thankful that y'all exist. The Boolean holder variable will work perfectly now. Right, okay, nice. Yeah, let's set that up. Sweet. That's so cool that you can see the collision just that easily. Noted. So, yeah, let's set up that Boolean. So I'm going to go into our script. And the suggestion was set a variable for when the mouse is in. So whenever we hover over it, set a variable. And then that's true. And then when we exit, it goes false. And then that's the condition that we need for the click to be okay. Rogi says, yeah, so many people, even on Twitch, I get people back before the Unity thing. Dude, Godot is magic. Godot has its issues, but really only if you are trying to make a AAA game. For all of us indie hobby devs, it's so nice. Fair point. Sounds like a fair point. Sounds like that makes sense. And I still think it's worth learning multiple engines. And I guess you can't do much worse than Unreal and Godot. Because at least Unreal will have you ready for those AAA problems. And Godot will give you everything you need for the indie stuff. Heck yeah. Love it. All right, so we're going to say on static body 3D mouse entered. So we need to create a variable. So I'm going to come up to the top. Pierogigon, by the way, your advice worked amazingly for the variable setting of the Hello World game. And I actually published the game on itch because your fix was clutch, just so you know. And now I'm going to use that same trick to set a variable here. We're going to say variable be struggle. It's coming. We're back. We're back. Sorry about that, guys. If you're watching this after the live stream, that was nothing. It was a blip. But my ISP is upgrading their services. That's what they tell me. And so occasionally that happens. But we're still here. We're still good. It wasn't just you, but it was mostly me. I was hoping you'd go through the comments either before or on stream because some would have really helped me. Yeah, I went through them all before stream, and I did show a little bit in the beginning of the stream of your comments, and I applied one of the most helpful ones, at least to get the project we were doing done. So thank you. No, I actually replied to every single one of your comments, Pierogigon. So anyway, so something that I'm thinking of is if we have different characters, right? Like we have one character right now, but we wanted to know which character we're hovering over. So I guess I'm gonna say this is, I'm gonna start naming, oh, friend one, right. So this is friend one mesh, is this one. And I'm gonna say that this is friend one. Okay. And then I'm gonna say variable friend one hover equals false. Yeah, it helped so much. It's on itch right now. Like I put the game on itch. Like look, it's literally on itch. I'm gonna paste in the chat. If you want to play it, you could play it right now. Go for dot. I know that's right. Go for dough. Go for dough. Guys, go for dough. Come on now. Welcome, Donnie. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. Such a cute game. It's just a cute little game. It's just a cute little game. It's not a big deal. It's just a cute little game. Okay. Variable friend one hover is false. And then once it does hover over it, do I remember what this is? I think we just say, I already forgot. I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna rewind this very live stream. I mean, I could sit here and wait for someone to tell me. Okay, you did tell me. I was gonna just rewind the stream to when we did it earlier. But that's what I'm used to. When I'm doing like Unreal streams, I usually don't have somebody helping me. This is really cool. Sometimes I do, but not like this. Then a mouse exit make it false. Yeah, let's go. So that was the other thing, is I'm gonna have to figure out how to get the mouse exit, but I guess that'll be fine. Okay, so I wasn't sure if I could just type it. I like that I can just type it and I don't have to declare it like as a variable or something, or like set or anything like that. But I guess the set isn't necessary since we're doing the equals. So that makes sense. It's just another signal. Oh, okay. So I have to do it like come over here and add it. Okay, so function, if we hover over it, the mouse enters the collision area, we set friend one hover to true. If the input is pressed and friend one hover is set to true, then dialog visible true. And then we want to set a separate function that I assume will just run independently. Put that if statement in process. Really? What? Oh my gosh. So this is something that wow. Pierogigon, I get it now. Okay. Wow. Ash Kettle, you're blowing my mind. And I don't know if you know that. Because I come from visual scripting. That's what I've done. That's what I've been used to. And in visual scripting, you have to be very, very careful about order of operations. So you have to say, I think I just figured out signals. So we have to say that this leads to this after that, but only if this is true. With this text code, I'm realizing I don't need to have, just because Ash Kettle told me to, I don't need to have the if coming after this mouse stuff, because we're setting this Boolean already to be true. So I can just put this like anywhere. But in this case, we want to put it in function process. This is like not easy to do in visual scripting, is what I'm trying to say. But here, we can just have this floating around. It doesn't have to inherit from anything. Then we can create a new function. I don't know if I made that point well, but to me that was like a big realization. Signal is an event triggered once. Right. Move the if to process so it's checked each frame. Right. Oh, you guys are smart. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna say we want to connect mouse exited, right? So that adds that function really low down there for some reason. And this is going to make friend one hover equal false. This is so simple. I love it. Now, I guess, in some ways, I connected the wrong one. Oh, I did? Did I? Did I? So I've got, it looks similar. The static body was renamed. I did, I renamed it. Oh. Oh, whoops, good catch. I see, because these are different. Right. We have to rename it ourselves. Yeah, sorry about that. That's something I have to get used to. And that's a text code visual scripting difference. In a lot of these visual scripting languages, I find that they will rename things automatically for you. But if we're in text, like, I have to rename it if I want it to be renamed. I think you can probably get like a OpenAI implemented in there to do that for you, but that sounds annoying. So we want to say on friend one mouse entered, right? Interesting that it puts an underscore there, because I renamed it, but I didn't put it a space. I guess just because like the one is like a capital letter or something. It's just like adding a space in there, and therefore it needs an underscore. Okay, on exit. Wait, now this one isn't a function. Whoa, wait a minute. This one doesn't have the inheritance anymore. We broke it. ChatGPT and Copilot are both a little buggy with Godot 4. They still primarily give Godot 3 results. All right, fair enough. Not caught up enough yet, in my opinion. Yeah, fair. That makes sense. Like, that makes sense. It seems like it's possible. Doesn't mean that it's, like, good yet. Makes sense that it wouldn't be. Now you're curious what Godot's visual scripting is like. I'm curious, too, but I don't know. I just feel like it's regressive. There is a community project that's being worked on for visual scripting, for whatever that's worth. I think on Twitter, Henrique is the person's name. If the goal is to catch mouse click, I think you can ditch the mouse entered and mouse exited and just use the input event. Well, it's not just the mouse click. I want it to be, so the idea for this game is that there will be multiple characters. So this is just one character here. Whoa, my hand is cut off right behind it. Pat you on the back. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. Anyway, so there might be other characters that you can click on. So I want it to be that you click on this character and then a message pops up after you click on it. Godot for drop visual scripting. Yeah, because I mean, they said it was because they actually have a whole statement about it that you can look up. Godot visual scripting. Here. I'll paste it in the chat if you want to see. And pretty much what they say is it was too much effort for them to keep it updated. And not enough people were actually using it to justify the work that it took to keep it updated. And then they're saying that people often aren't using it because it wasn't very mature. It didn't like do a good job at achieving coding. It wasn't like a robust visual scripting tool. So, yeah, so they discontinued it. But it seems like there's still the option that a community extension could be added. You still use 3. Oh, nice. Nice. Then you'll be good to try it. Just clicking the person. Yeah. Okay, so we still, so this is, it removed the signal connection. So I feel like I just need to redo this and that this isn't gonna work. So it looks like renaming these things. I'm just gonna delete this, whoops, please don't delete that. I just wanted to delete this one connection. Let's disconnect it and let's reconnect it in here. Because I feel like we need to see the green arrow here for this to work right. On friend one mouse entered, hover true. On friend one mouse exited, hover false. And then if friend one hover is true, it becomes visible. And it's interesting because we kind of want to say, because if we're going to have different friends, right? So friend 2, friend 3, friend 4, we're going to want a different like dialogue set to appear. Or rather, the same dialog box, but different information within that box to appear. So it's almost like we kind of want it to be a universalized hover. So whether or not it's the friend or, you know, friend 1 or friend 2, that's when you'll make the box a scene. Right. Because we have, then you have an instance per friend. Well, the box, is this a scene? This isn't a scene. It's a control. Wait. So right now I have it. It would be nice to set up in anticipation of things. Right click and extract to a scene. Let's go. We've got some options here. Try right-clicking the panel. Not the control node, though. The panel. I guess because I would want it to be contained in there, potentially. You said the panel? Save branch as scene? Maybe that's the thing. If I go do it on the panel, we can save the branch as a scene. Save branch as scene. Okay. So then this would be, but why not the control node? Since that's like the ultimate parent, you know? But like maybe it's worse to do the control node somehow. Because it is all in the panel. I don't know what else would go in dialogue. I mean, I guess the panel, let's go back and look at that. It isn't visible right now. But, okay. So the panel, you would do the panel too? It's just the way you guys would do it? You guys just are on the same page anyway. That's wild. All right. Well, then if you both agree, then that's what I'll do. I'm not even gonna explore it. I mean, maybe a little bit. Because the panel, I could do control. The panel has everything that we really need on it. The only difference with the dialogue is it's just, I don't know, the canvas, really. Maybe we would add something else there. It won't hurt. Maybe I'll do it then. What's up, game dev Chris? Welcome. Thanks for coming through. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for saying hello. Appreciate that. And let's try the dialogue, even though you both agree you would do the other one. I'm going to say this is just dialogue. Whoa. Okay. Whoa. Everything is gone. What? Where'd everything go? Do you want to nest scenes? I don't know. Don't assume I do the right thing. All right, I won't. Understood. Understood. It helps with organization to nest scenes. Oh, shoot. Oh, cool. So if I click on that little... Wait. So then where am I? Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot, look at that. Wait, we've got a little tab up here now. Oh, instances. I see. Gotcha. So now we have this separate scene over here, and this can be, wow. Gotcha. And then if I click on this little open an editor icon, then that pulls up the tab over here. And then we've got all of these differences. Neat. Neato. This is cool. This is very cool. Down to file system, and you will see it to open it. You could also keep the panel in the main scene and send the specific friend options to the main scene on click with a custom signal. Keep the panel in the main scene and send the specific friend options to the main scene on click with a custom signal. Okay, I think I understood that maybe. Now you get Godot. We're getting there. We're definitely getting there. We don't have to do it now, but you'll need to use that a lot in the future. We're doing it now. You turn that whole branch into a node. I sure did. I sure did. S says, what I was thinking was that you keep control and have multiple panels as separate scenes, or load and unload them in code and change their text manually. I'm pretty convinced by that, actually. It sounds more flexible, you know? Hey, DNF, welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes. Dude, the subs are a constant trickle at this point. And let me show you guys something in terms of the channel. So we're a live streaming channel. Like, that's what HyperGameDev is. I do want to make videos too, and upload those. But first and foremost, this is a live streaming channel. And that means we need live streaming features so we can have the best experience. Like badges, so we can know who you guys are and the people who are supporting this community the most in the chat. Emojis. Are you kidding me? Of course we need things like emojis and more. And if you want to know why we don't have that yet, it's because we've only met one of the two requirements to get those. We've got enough subscribers. We have to have 500. We just hit that like the other day, and we're already crushing it. What we need are just a few more watch hours. For context, this was at 2,200 like a couple days ago. So we get maybe 100 watch hours a day after a live stream. So I would say within the next couple weeks, we should, or sooner, we should hit this 3,000 watch hours, which means we get to have all kinds of fun features here in the live stream. Because a lot of these features aren't as great for people who are on YouTube who aren't live streamers. They're big bonuses for live streamers. So I'm really excited about that. Thank all of you guys for making that possible. Keep watching. That's like the most important thing right now, is to keep watching. Will you remember us little people when you get to 1,000? Of course. Of course. I mean, honestly, like, I don't know what to expect as the numbers increase. If you've been watching this channel for the last year, I'm sure you're noticing that I'm spending a lot more time chatting than usual. At some point, I have to like rebalance that, right? I don't know. Ideally, we could just keep chatting. So, yes, 1,000 isn't that much, number one. Number two, of course I'll remember. Of course I'll remember. Views was in the 4,000 when we spoke just on Sunday. Oh yeah, so this is watch hours, of course, not the same as views. But you were saying the views, yeah, oh yeah, so it's 5,600 views right now. Are you seeing what, like, look at this graph, y'all. Look at this graph. This is the last 90 days on this channel. Look at that. This right here was last week's Godot stream. That's what that big spike is. It's Godot. Godot is what's taking this channel like to a whole new level. And this is y'all literally right now. Right now, this is you. Isn't that wild? So, yeah, things are definitely on the up and up, and I appreciate all of you for helping that happen. I'm only a recent subscriber, but I'm glad I found you. Thank you. You're very entertaining and interesting. That's so nice of you to say. I appreciate that. And it's lovely having you here, DNF. I love it. Uh, so many wonderful folks have come through. I'm glad you find it interesting. I'm here every weekday streaming. You can find the schedule on the channel page. I try to keep the videos uploaded or scheduled as soon as possible on Fridays or Saturdays. You'll find all the upcoming streams except for the game jam, which I usually do between Monday and Wednesday. I set that one up. But you can also come to the more info, the about page, and you can find the schedule right here. So that's the schedule. If you want to know what to expect when things are watchable, that's it. Don't mind me. I'm just cleaning up a mess. I may or may not have spilled milk. I will not cry. But I will lightly clean it up. All right, let's get back to work, though. I have no idea about game development, so it's nice to see how things work. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you did it. That's nice of you to come through and hang out, even if you don't know about game dev. My God. All right, we'll deal with that later. Anyway. So let's get back to it then. So we're solving some problems. So I'm actually very convinced about having the scene be the panel. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to save the branch as a scene. We already have the dialogue scene created, so undoing it doesn't uncreate it. So I'm going to go into the files, and I'm going to delete it manually. So let's come back here. Find the dialogue scene. Put it in the garbage. Let's make the panel. Branch as scene. Call this dialogue. Okay, and so now we've got this panel. I'm just going to call it dialogue panel. Okay, cool. I wrote AI code for a few strategy games in the 90s. It didn't pay enough. Really? That's pretty exciting. That's a really cool gig. Nice. It didn't pay enough for all the hours, so I changed to business coding and just continued to do games as a hobby since then. You know, honestly, like, that kind of sounds like what I hear from a lot of game devs, professional game devs, is that if you're going to stay in professional game dev, you gotta be there for like your passion, for your love of games, because the pay isn't going to be as much as other sectors that use computer science. So that squares with what I've heard. I hate that. I hate that the game industry is so exploitative like that, where just loving to make games, is enough to stay around for pay that isn't that high. I'm glad you made the choice that's best for you, and that you were able to do the business coding and not like hate it too much, and that you kept game dev as a hobby. I kind of see myself as definitely a hobbyist, with an eye on, if I make something that I think is worthy of selling, I'll sell it. And if I feel like my skills are high enough, I'll make my dream indie game. It's kind of my plan. Seeing you post that simple game to itch makes me want to get an itch.io. Post the result of me completing the Godot tutorials. Yeah, do it. Do it. It's just itch. It's the place you can do it and share your games. Like, it's the not Steam place, and you could sell them if you really wanted to. That's what's great about itch. You can ask for donations. It's a really nice place. I hope you do, because I think itch is a really good platform. Finishing something is the key. Too many games end at 80%. Yes. Right. Well, that's why I'm not working on my dream indie game right now, which is a survival simulator. The reason I'm not working on it right now is because I want to finish a bunch of smaller projects first and like learn a bunch of different tool sets and just have a good sense of finishing games, and then go into that. Because if I just start with my dream game, I just I just feel like I'm gonna not do it justice, and I'm gonna get burned out, and I'm gonna work too long. But I am gonna go for it one of these days. One of these days, I'll get there. And I do want to try to finish things. So the Unreal project I'm working on Mondays, I'm trying to finish that eventually. On Wednesdays now, we're working on a game that I was doing in Unity. I'm gonna try to finish that. This one, I'm gonna try to finish him. I'm gonna try to finish him. That is my goal. Hopefully, I don't overscope. So now, what was it? What was it that convinced me about the panel thing? It was you could keep the panel in the main scene, not that. Okay, here. S said, what I was thinking was that you keep control and have multiple panels as separate scenes. Right. Or load and unload them in code and change their text manually. See, I'm thinking the second thing. But we might want like a different one. So I think that that's cool. Okay, so this is dialog panel. That's great. Now let's go back to our code. Where are we? So we have the Boolean set up. Now it's visible. I need to make it not visible. So I'm gonna actually set this panel here itself to not have visibility, which means we need to change this. So that's a question I have. How do I refer to something? Oh, I see. So we put it in quotes. Gotcha. Because I used like a bunch of, parenthesis and stuff. Gotcha. Okay, so we put it in double quotes, and then it holds it in there, even if it's got weird characters. So dialog panel, visibility true. Okay, so if I play, it's not there. Click around, nothing happens until I click on this. Oh! Oh! We crashed. We crashed bad. Index set, invalid set index visible on base, null instance, with value of type Boolean. Okay. Okay. Is it because it's a scene, it just behaves different? Like the correct path is dialog slashed. Oh, I see. Because because it's inheriting, right? It's like that tree. We have to clarify that it's coming from that tree, is what you're saying. Try just get. Oh, then I don't have to clarify it. Ooh, interesting. Okay. All right, then. So let's say it's a shorthand for the path. Right. So it's not, if it's the root, and before we were referring to dialogue, which is only a child to the main scene. So we didn't need to specify main scene dialogue. But because dialogue panel is a child to something in the main scene, we needed to be more clear. I thought there was like a root above the main scene too, but I guess that's not necessarily something we have to account. Oh, because the script is on here too. So this is the top level of the script. So that's why we don't have to refer above that. I think I understand. Okay, cool. So with all that in mind, we can just do get node. It's relative to the node the script is attached to. Gotcha. Yeah. Or get node. And what's the advantage of doing one or the other? It'll give me the autocomplete. Oh, let's do that. Because if I do the get node, I mean, I see in this case, it maybe doesn't matter. But maybe in some other case, it's more important. Okay, $. Dialog. Oh, there we go. And then it's giving me the whole list of stuff. Cool. No advantage, I think. All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys. We've got to keep track of this credits list. This credits list is going to balloon. And I'm not complaining. Game dev Chris. You need an else that sets the variable to false. Really? Oh. So you can click out of it and make it go away. Okay. Will I lose the signal if I do that? Oh, you're saying add an else in addition. Gonna want a few things added to it first. Okay, so we actually have like a lot of work to do here. That's what you're saying. Because what you're not, okay. Well, curious, where are we at right now? I mean, if I hit play and I'm clicking around. Okay, let me try that again. Clicking around, nothing. Clicking around, nothing. We're on this. Yeah, beautiful. So that works well. And so if we wanted to say it's false, I mean, we could say if you click away from it, it ends it. But that's kind of raises some questions for gameplay, too. Like, if you start a conversation, I guess you haven't started the conversation yet, right? You've just initiated the possibility for conversation. So actually, something I also want to not be visible is the message. I actually don't want any of this to be visible. I want it to just be empty. So you click on it, and then you can respond with one of these options. And then I would want it to appear. You need to figure out when you want to remove it first. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess if you haven't said anything yet, it can be removed right away. Like, we could put an X or something. I mean, if this stuff does become visible, whoa, that's so cool. I can do it while it's live. You know, could I have an X with something that closes the window? But if you did that and you started a conversation, there should be repercussions. So we'd almost want to have a variable that checks to see if we've started talking yet. If we haven't, that's fine. You can exit out, no consequence. Something like that. Or maybe not, I don't know. By the way, a useful thing with having multiple scenes is if you go into your other scene and press that other play button to the right of play, you can test just that other scene. Oh, cool. Noted. Thank you. Did we get S in this list? S is in this list, right? Yeah, okay. One interesting idea for a dialogue box is to have the characters load one at a time. Did I not put Hollow Tempest in here? Dang, that filled up quick. Not complaining. Okay. Is to have the characters load one at a time. I was thinking that, yes, like it types it out. Yeah, I would like that. I would definitely like that. State machine. That's what you really want. Yes, absolutely it is. Now, to me, a state machine can be theoretical and or it can be literal. So like I come up with a state machine in my noodle game that I'd work on Monday. A dialogue plugin? No, I have not. That's intriguing. And so like I could make a state machine maybe on my own. Godot is a really good dialogue engine. And you said it's a plugin? Whoa. I have some thoughts about that. A, nice. B, will that fit into the idea that I have now where we can choose 3 different variants out of these 3 different ones? Yeah, let's look it up. But yeah, state machine would be good. But I mean, I'm sure that's not like a node. So we'd have to like design our own state machine, which is fine. So if you start talking, right? This is state 0 or maybe state 1. Once you open the dialog box, that's just state 1. Let me get rid of all of these because I don't want them to be visible. gamedev built a state machine out of nodes. It was kind of impressive. Because like I think I would just like keep the state machine theoretical, but you're saying there's a way to build it so it has more direct implementation. So then this would be like state 1. Once you click on an option, then you have state 2, and you'll say something, and it'll pop up here. And then the response. Yeah, we could even go so far as animation goes. We could also have like a thinking or something, and then the text comes out. Yeah, that would all be really nice for sure. So I think we could. There's a lot to think about. Certain states can only transition to other specific states. That would be nice. I mean, that would be nice. Like, we could set that up manually. But if there was an automated way to do that, that would be cool. Yeah, I mean, I think theoretically I would want to do that. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say for now, I'm gonna set a variable integer. Because here's actually we kind of plan that out a little bit, right? Defining when the next message is allowed, an integer. So that's kind of the state machine, I think. And the states being what stage in the conversation are you in? I don't know if this will work the way I'm imagining it, but it's what I'm gonna do. So then if I want, but it's a little confusing because it's making how is this an instance? Wow, this raises a lot of questions. I'm gonna have to do some research after this live stream, pretty much. I think I want to keep it simple for now, but I have some thoughts about how I can have this instance be different. So if I come in the 3D space and I were to, let's say, oh, I see how that's different there. If I were to come in the 3D space and we duplicate this, right? So now we have 2 friends. We have friend 2 over here. And if I were to move this all the way back here, so it's in a different place, right? So there's another character. As of right now, oh wow, did it load it in a different place? Nuh-uh. Did it really? Okay, it didn't. It's just not centered, I guess. Weird. Wonder why it was so off-center. I guess because the panel... Wasn't it centered a second ago? I'm a little confused by that. It wasn't like that before. I put dialogue on friend, if only for separation. Oh. That's what I think comes with time on the engine. So if I've made this a scene, I can put instances of it on the different friend nodes and instantiate child scene. Whoa! Let's go! Oh, shoot. Cool. So that puts the panel on there. So, wait, if I delete this scene, this stays here, and I can still instantiate it. Wow. Now you start to get Godot really. Let's go. So then I have a panel for friend 1 and for friend 2. Now this is not going to pop up because I didn't set it up because this is wrong. Wow. So then I would want to say, instead of dialogue panel, I'd want to say S friend 1 panel if friend 1 hover is true. Right? And then I just want to make sure that these aren't visible at the start. Wow. And this other one's not going to work because we haven't set it up. Okay, it does work. Oh, because this also is seen as friend 1 function. And I would want this node to be like renamed. Like I guess I could disconnect. I could edit. Oh, I could edit this one to be 2 maybe. And then it creates a new one. And does the first one still work? Nice. It's in the wrong place, but I don't really care right now. Nice, and this one doesn't click. Dope. So we'd make a separate setup here. We have to define the variable and stuff. Extract friend as a scene. What? Then attach the script to friend. Extract friend as a scene? So we can nest scenes. I can make a scene of something that has a scene. Instantiate the scene that is nested in the scene. And instantiate the scene that has the nested scene in it. Godot is all about nesting scenes. Thank you for the like, Rio3D. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It means the world. Welcome, Rio. Thanks for stopping in and saying hello. I hope you're doing well today. Man, this is interesting. This is very interesting. So then I don't make a friend 2. So I destroy friend 2, which means we want to get rid of all this stuff. I did that with one of my scenes. Okay, cool. Let's do it. All right. I really don't like this is called panel. I want this to be dialogue. I'm going to have this dialogue canvas. I feel like I shouldn't be renaming things. I just feel like I shouldn't be renaming things. I'm going to say dialogue panel. You need a developer here learning Godot. Let's go! Congratulations. Honestly, Rio, making that choice is not an easy one. And it's tech people, we're very resilient. We'll move on if we have to. Nice work deciding to do it. It's a scene that instantiates a bunch of pre-built scenes over a span of a few seconds. That sounds cool. Remember to change that in your process function too. Oh, yes. Oof. Close one. Thanks. Thank you. All right, let's just do that. We'll do friend 1 dialogue panel. Let's go. Got it. Got it. Okay. So now what I can do is I can, dude, it's so forgettable. I can save branch as a scene here, and this will just be the friend scene. Doesn't even have to be friend 1, does it? Like I could just rename this friend, which probably will be a mistake because this is friend 1 mouse entered. I guess I start to wonder about how am I gonna be referring to things, you know? Whatever, let's just keep it friend 1. When you instantiate to the main scene, you can name that instantiation. Right. And so then is this still friend 1? I guess so. Save branch as scene Guess I'll call it friend. Name the scene friend. That's kind of what I thought. That's kind of what I thought. Or you're saying keep the node named friend1. Name the scene friend. And then if I want to add a child, okay. So if I right click on main scene, instantiate child scene, click on friend, friend2, let's go. Wow. Cool. Okay. Coming to the main scene in 3D. Now we've got 2 friends. Let's go. But now in the script, things... I mean, we can still do the first friend, right? Something broke. Something broke. I can't click on this one anymore. Let me see why. We're not getting any errors. Kind of. Missing connected method on dialog draw for signal draw from node main scene dialog. Oh my. Something broke. Let me see if... So then if I open this scene... Oh, it looks like the functions got reset. If I were to guess. Because over here, you can see the signals aren't connected anymore. So I think those got disconnected, would be my guess. So I'm just gonna redo that, I guess. And say, and have this be connected. Like that. Put this in here. So we'll just redo this. Eventually, I'd move all that friend-related code into a script tagged at the level of friend. Oh, right. Really? And so that's cleanup work. So if I... Okay. And that would be a unique script for every friend. And then it's like, if I want to edit, you can attach a script to the friend node and manage mouse entered. So if, same script, but instance per. So now that I've already saved a branch as a scene, how can I actually, and if I make a change, so I open up this in the editor, right? Any changes I make to friend1, that's going to be reflected in friend2. So anything I do to friend1 happens to friend2, or how do I edit the scene that I saved? Right? Here. Yes. But friend2, any change I make in friend2 has no bearing on friend1. It's its own thing. And if I were to make a friend3 and a friend4, they would be their own things as well. So that's interesting. And it makes me want to have had... Okay, this is a bit complex. Okay. Because, like, it makes me think I should have had, like, a blank friend, like a friend0. And that's where everything comes from. And then friend1 could be different from friend0 or something. At runtime, they're 2 separate instances. The changes you do to the scene are shared. Oh, so different things can happen in the game, but not prior. Change it by editing friend TSCN. All instances update automatically. Okay. So if I come into the friend, if I open up the editor for friend 2. Oh, it takes me to the same thing. So it didn't even open something different. So here I am. Here's friend 1. Here's friend 2. When I click on the friend 1 editor button, it opens the friend scene. When I click on the friend 2 open an editor, it still opens the friend scene. So those aren't different. Gotcha. This node has a connection that we just made. And so for the script, if I come to the friend thing here, this says friend 1. I mean, I'd rather this just say friend, if I'm being honest. I'd rather just say friend, which I feel like is going to cause some issue somewhere along the line. But that's what I'd rather it do. And because it's just confusing. You know, this is just friend mesh. It's not friend 1 mesh. It's just friend mesh. Okay, I think I'm starting to understand. And then we attach the script in here. Hey, what's up, Stormrun? Welcome! Yeah, it is going pretty well. It is going pretty well. Thanks for asking. I am expanding. I'm actually starting over. I actually released the game we made last week. And now I'm starting over. And I'm going to make a whole friendship simulation game, a horror game about making friends. And I'm setting up some different dialogue tree things, and we're getting very intimately acquainted with how to do nodes and nesting and instantiations in Godot. And it's very interesting. It's very interesting. So yeah, it's going really well. Thank you for coming through. The path on the main scene depends on the name the scene has in that tree. It should remain friend 1 there. The path on the main scene depends on the name the scene has in that tree. So it should remain friend 1 there. All right, so I should undo all that renaming that I did. All right, I just have to suck it up. Or I can just redo it, right? So I could just like, I kind of want to redo it. It just really bothers me that it says 1 if that's not true. So I'm going to delete our friend 2. I'm going to, actually, I'm just going to Control Z a lot. If it'll let me. I'm not getting anywhere undos. I've run out of undos. It's like, that's enough undos from you. So then I have to ask, is it possible to unscene a node? Save branch as scene, make scene root, reparent to new node. Like, I'll let it go, all right, if I have to. The stream is keeping me from raging at the code reviews I'm doing right now. What is a code review? What is a code review? Like at work or something? Like people's work is being reviewed by you? A ternary operator with a ternary as the condition and a ternary as one of the results? Cry. Totally, yeah, unbelievable. What are they thinking? Plebes. I bet that is frustrating, whatever it is. Okay. You can rename the root node of the friend scene, but the $sign operator in the main scene script depends the name. So I just have to change it. So I can rename this to friend as long as the script is updated. Everything should be fine. I've cut some logic out that I haven't pasted back in yet, by the way. we've got some things to fix here. So this is the main script that's on the main scene, and this sets a variable for friend1 hover. And you're saying we just put all of that on each thing. I think if you do, for example, export in the friend script before the functions, you can have a variable that's different between the two friends that you can change in the editor. If you do, for example, at export variable some text equals that in the friend script before the functions, so you can like make the variable export the variable. That's a very confusing sentence to me, but that sounds really interesting and useful. What's up, PT Jones? Hey, welcome. Yes, thank you. We did get third place in the Hype Hype Game Jam, my game that I made, which means that's $800 that goes to this channel. Thank you, PT Jones, and congratulations on the honorable mention, by the way. S is correct. It makes it show up in the editor. Wow, there's so much to learn. Oh my god. Stormman says, my graphics card wants me to update every week. I doubt technology is advancing that fast. Yeah. I guess that's the kind of thing where like update it every year. If you're running into problems before then update it. That's what I do. Wow. Okay, so where have we left off here? So we have the input action detected, and we can probably put this on here. So if I open up the friend script here, so I'm going to click on the editor of it. I'm going to attach a script to that. Oh, this is still friend1. I'm going to rename that to, oh, this is friend. No, this is friend. This is like the default. I'm going to name it friend. Okay. And then I'm going to attach a script on here. And this will be the friend script. Okay. Now in here, I want to set a variable that equals friend hovered. Friend hover equals true. Wait, I don't need to do the equals here, do I? We can just do var friend hover equals true. And then we say, let me just go back and look. Right. If input is action pressed. So if input, oh gosh, dot is action pressed. If input dot is action pressed, mouse, nice, and friend hover equals true. Also, we want it to be false at the start. And true. Make sure I'm doing that right. Colon. Then we want to make the panel visible. I am still getting an error here. Assignment is not allowed inside an expression. Okay. All right. I hear you. I hear you saying that. This is GDScript. This is GDScript, actually. Oh man, that's gonna get me. That is gonna get me a lot. We want to say double equals for checking, not for setting. Oh, that's gonna get me a lot. Okay, eventually I'll recognize it. Thank you, Ashcattle. But yeah, we're gonna be doing some JavaScript on Wednesdays, but today it's all GDScript. Special Godot scripting language. S says exporting variables makes them adjustable in the editor. The syntax changed in 4, so I had to look it up. Thank you. It sounds like we're going to want that at some point. Okay, so then we want to say that the panel becomes true. So I'm going to say, and we can just drag this in here to reference it. Nice. And then what do I do? Dot? Yeah, dot. Dot. Sometimes I'm a little confused about the difference between using a space and a dot. Like, it kind of makes sense to me, but like, why not say, I guess just if something is being set, it's space equals space. But like, like, I guess because that's not the property. It's fine. It's something to get used to. It's strange. It's kind of the same naming conventions I use when I coded a website. Oh, that's interesting. What do they say it's like Python. They say GDScript is very similar to Python, for whatever that's worth. Okay. So this is great, but we have nothing that 85% Python. So we don't have the variables set up yet. So we need to do that. And that's going to be its own separate function that we derive from, right. Oh, the mesh. Yes. Right here. Mouse entered. Gotcha. This is cool. I like Godot. I like Godot. So I'm going to say connect on mouse entered. Wow, it doesn't even have like a reference because it's just right in here. This is clean. And I'm going to say, what is it that we type? I don't remember. I think I deleted it, but I might have it on my clipboard. Visible true, right. Wait, no. Variable. So I would say variable friend. Oh no, we don't need to say variable. That messes me up a little bit. Like, can we say variable? Or is var only for setting initially? Because I mean, like, I can omit the var. I can do it if I'm supposed to. But it would just be so much more logical to me if I could clarify that it's a variable first. So I just wonder if that would work. So if I put this in here, we're going to also do the exited. So I'm going to connect that. Var is for creating a new variable. Okay, so it's not just for referencing a variable. All right, I'll get rid of it. So that would create like a new variable within this context or something. I see. So we're going to say friend hover goes to false when we exit. Okay. Cool. Is that it? Oh, dang, that worked. Dang. I put all my variables at the very beginning of the code so it doesn't get missed. Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's it. That's it. I just mean, when I'm here modifying this, it just feels a little unclear to me that this is just here as friend hover. Var friend hover in the function would ignore the friend hover above. Okay, that's important. We don't want that. We don't want that. There is this problem where the window is appearing in the wrong place. So I do want to fix that. In the friend scene itself, is it obvious what that problem is? If I make it, oh, yeah, because it's up there. So let's move the anchor down. Let's put this around there. Something like that. And then I'm going to move the anchor to be at the bottom. And let's see if that's better. Oh, because it's visible. I was like, why is it there? Because it's there. Cool. Let's go. And can we click in this area here? We can, yes. I gotta say, I don't love that you can like click on it ahead of time. Oh, you can't. Okay, never mind. That was just a hover. We're good. Yes, this is great. Oh, this is great. Sweet. So then we just have to figure out how we want to exit it. which is the whole thing. Now the best part, you could take friend and use it in other projects too. Really? Dude, Godot is great. See, GDevelop has something like that, but it's a bit more complex. Dude, Godot is beautiful. Godot is beautiful. Yes, one of you. Like, at some point, am I going to want to use any other engine? My God. So making things like player controllers once done right doesn't need redoing. Yeah, totally. I always wondered if I could take a blueprint from UE5 and add it to another UE5 project. I actually have no idea. I don't know about that. I know that's kind of irrelevant to our stream, but now I'm just curious. UE5, move a blueprint to another project. I actually have no idea. Oh, yeah, you can. You know what you can probably just do is just import the file. I think you can do that. Yeah. Because since you make files in your content browser, I'm sure you just move or import that file into another project. That'd probably be really easy. Still though. All right. Now I want to figure out how we're going to get out of this message. So we have the message window pop up, right? How do we get out of this? Now, state machine is important. I do want to think about that, inevitably. But I would say, yeah, I would say if you start it, you're at state 0. So I don't know how to set that up in Godot particularly, other than guessing. Importing 3D models is pretty easy too, and you have a single animation library that attaches to multiple nodes. Nice. Yeah, I mean, watching some videos of how to switch from Unity to Godot, I was really impressed with how quickly people were just putting their models into Godot. So I believe it. You guys can do it. This is why I pre-make everything in a different project. What? If I ever need a specific thing I already made, I would have a whole library of assets to use. You guys got some good techniques, some good best practices here. I like it. Now, if I want to make a state machine, in my mind, I would want to be setting integers. To me, that makes the most sense, is setting integer variables. So I'm going to say that those get set per friend, because we'll have a different state machine depending on the friend. So I'm going to make a variable for convo state. And by default, it's going to be at 0. So if you click when you're hovering, not only does the panel become visible, but I'm going to want to say convo state is set to 1. So now we're on state 1 of this machine. And if we're on state 1, then, so I guess I can do in the process here. Does this make sense? I don't know. If convo state is set to 1, then, what do I want to do? I want to say that red error just like scrambled my brain. I was like, hold on, I'm not done. If that's set to true, to 1, put it in another function and call that. The architect in me is now screaming! Put in a function and call that! I need to breathe. I don't even know what you mean. Put it in another function. Oh, well, I would love that. I would love that. So this is a learning moment for me because I'm totally new to text code. This is my first, I did a little Lua, but like barely. I don't know anything. All right. So, you know, you don't have to hold it back for me. You really don't. Because you'll be starting me on the right path that you always wish others were on. I'm just saying. So here's my question. Certainly I can't. just say function process delta, right? Like, we already have one of those. So I have to, like, define it differently, right? And if so, how do I do that? Would be my question. Expected indented block after if block. Okay. Oh, wait. I'm not sure why that's failing, if I'm being honest. Function process has the same name. Oh, so I can call it something else? So I could just call this, oh, whatever I want. Oh, let's go. So this is just called process as a default. So we literally don't, it doesn't matter what I call this in the first place. Oh, shoot. So I could just say this is function begin convo. The one is a call, that one is a callback you want to process. But you can define any number of other functions. So do I certainly need to keep this process? So I could say function keep that as process. Okay, why? I'll do it. I'll do it. Convo inside process, you can call your new function. Oh, so it would just be like an indentation. So I would just like do it like this, and that's okay. So would I want to do that then, if that's true? Function, and does it always need to start with an underscore? Function, so many little questions. Function, I'm so sorry. Thank you if you're down to answer, but I don't expect, no, I never expect an answer to a question. I never expect an answer. So don't feel pressure. Let's say function, you can't nest, okay, okay, you can't nest functions. Right, so then what do you mean by like putting a function in the other? You know? Like, what does that even mean? Call it function process state. So I can, so you're saying keep it process. And then name it like a subname that I want. Then in your process function, you can call process state. Why would I want to do that? Why would I want to do that? I gotta be honest, I'm all confused. If conv, I'm gonna keep going. Process doesn't need to be in the name, it just happens to be easy. Okay. All right, people understand. If I start doing it differently, now I'm confusing collaborators, people who are watching. It's the default. It's not your fault. Oh, it's fine. It's all good. If combo state is set to 1, then I would want to say that not only if combo state is set to 1, but rather if combo state is set to 1 and I'd kind of rather do it the other way around, if I'm being honest. Do if input is action pressed. Can I do like 3 ands? If input is action pressed mouse and, oh, so this is where I need to do the variable exporting, right? No. Actually, I don't here. Just kidding. And friend hover is set to false. And If input action pressed mouse and friend hover set to false. It looks like it got confused with that anding. I think we ran out of ands. All right, S, good night. Thank you for all your help and coming through. Take good care. You've been invaluable. Good luck if you decide to explore the visual scripting in Godot 3. I am curious about how that turns out. But I don't know if I'm ready to experiment with it. I think I did too many ands. Do you want me to put like a comma? Like, and I guess it's looking, because what if I want 3 conditions? Like, I guess I could say, I could do and. Is that an inline indentation? Oh, but then it's gonna do the same thing. That's interesting. So it looks like I can't do an and after checking a variable because it's the same thing. Let me see if I can look this up. I'm gonna say GDScript Boolean true false and what do we got? Let me just say this. GDScript. Do they call it gates in text code? I don't even know. Maybe if we control click, we can get some help. I'm gonna look up. I wonder if we can define this in some other way rather than using and. Also, zooming. Zooming is tough. It seems to really drain Godot. Godot is like, oh my gosh, you're zooming the text again. It literally can't even. All right, let me go to help. And let's see if we can even just find anything about and. Oh dear. I don't even know. Logic operator and. It says it's for rendering device, so that's kind of different. Let's say this, GDScript multiple conditions. Making an if statement happen with 2 conditions. Let's go. Okay, but that's with a small mistake. So they did. What about 3 conditions? What about 3 conditions? We need more than 2. Not just 2, but more. If statements carry across. Is it possible to have too many and in an if statement? Okay. It's not possible to have too many ands in an if statement. Rewrite it like this, and you can see where it's failing. elif. You want to have only one Boolean operator and or per if condition in order to keep your code clean and readable. Writing deductive if statements. So maybe we want elif. We might want elif. Godot editor is a bit confusing about errors. It's complaining because it expects a colon at the end of the if line and at least a line of code nested, like the passed in the ready function, right? You can have as many conditions as you wish, even nested with parentheses. Because it doesn't complain if I only have one condition. So we get no error here. Everything's fine. If I want to add another condition, specifically, I want to say, oh, first of all, this is the wrong script. We don't want any of this. I actually don't want any of this. This should all be pass, and this should be gone. And this makes sure the game still works if I do that. Right, this is where we left off. Let me just do this for now. So the game should be fine. Yes, it works fine. But I was trying to add something. So I do want an if. I want this to ultimately say that the visibility. So I'm just going to copy this line up here, where the dialog panel visibility goes to false. So there, that should resolve that error in theory. Let me just fix my indentations up a little bit. Okay. The pass line must be indented deeper than the if. Right. So this will work, even though, okay, this looks like this will work. Okay, I see what you're saying. So, okay, I assumed the error, I got you. Okay, all right. Understood. I was just confused because it had the same color for the false and the and. Actually, Pierogigon left a comment on the last video about is it this one? About the colors and what they mean. I want to like screenshot it and pin it on my computer. But I don't have that because now nothing's loading. Let me restart this. Oh, this is today's stream. I see. It's the wrong one. This is the last one. One of these, Rogi explained. Here we go. Blue is functions. Green is nodes. Yellow is strings. Pink is conditionals. Red is definitions and booleans. Okay. All right. I'm gonna make a little reminder. GDScript color. Beautiful. Just kidding. That's a little better. That's slightly better. And let me just make it a little more visible. Okay, cool. So if that's true, then that means that the false and the and are both, I guess that's red, are both definitions and booleans. A definition or a boolean. Okay, I guess it's fine. I don't know. I just wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if the and the false being the same color was a problem. Seems like it's not. So let's keep going. So I should be able to play it right now. We click on this. We should be in state 1. Now when I click out here, nothing happens. Okay. All right. Let's see where I went wrong. So if input action is pressed and hover is true, it'll show the dialog box. What it should also be doing is setting convo state variable to 1. Okay. And then if we click and friend hover is false, that is to say we're not hovering over the object, and if the convo state is set to 1, then it should make the panel not visible. But I don't see that happening. So I wonder how I can test it. I think one thing that would be nice is if we could print the variable make sure that's still actually updating. So let me just check. We got print t. So maybe we can just do that. Just do print. Not that I even understand much about that, really. Print t, and then put it in a parenthetical. So we want to say if, so that's like part of it, right? Does this need, maybe this needs to be like indented. No, I don't think it does. And then we could say print. And I guess I'd want it to be that integer value, which I have no idea how to do that. We got to do some research. I'm going to say debug print variable value. Oh, yeah. We got to specify GD script. Just like in life. Just print a debug value in life. Print variable to console. Yeah. You put it inside. Where do we go? You can put it inside the ready function to have it trigger when the program loads. Inside, yeah, but what is the logic? And that just says the console. Oh, here it was. Print variable name. Oh, cool. Oh, that's very easy. Okay, print convo state. Now, if that's going to go in the console, I don't know where that is. Is that down? Oh, it's down here. Oh, nice. And look, ones. It's all ones. So it is in state 1. So that actually worked. And actually, I would even say we could put it maybe just like all the time, just like regardless of a condition. Is that acceptable? So now it's printing zeros every frame, right? If I click on this, it changes to a 1. So that is working. The variable is setting. What isn't working is the dialog isn't becoming not visible. So how can I check the visibility? I mean, obviously, if it's still visible, then it's not going invisible. If input is action pressed mouse and friend hover is set to false. So I guess we could check that as well to make sure that's going to false. I don't see why it wouldn't be, but I guess it's worth checking. So I'm going to say check friend hover, print friend hover. So it's saying false. Now it's true. And then it's false. So that is getting set. Again, down there in the bottom left, you can see the debug changing. So both of those variables should be true, which means that our problem may be the input. I don't think it is. We could, you know what we could do is we could say after that happens, print, and then can I just type anything? Can I just say something? And then it'll print that? It did not. I guess it needs to be a string. So I could, oh, here, print, right, but GDScript print text to console. Is that T? Is that print with a T? Just need to print text to the console for debug. No, it's in parentheticals. It looks correct. And it's got the double quotes, right? The process function is automatically called every frame. The process state function is custom, and it's never called in the code. Ooh, okay, so wait, all right. Okay, I only did that because Ash Ashkettle told me to. That's the only reason I made this. Was because Ashkettle told me to. And you know, it's totally fine, Ashkettle, whatever you are, whatever you've done, don't worry about it. It's okay that you didn't continue on it. But I have a feeling that maybe I needed an extra bit of something to make it work right. Because it's custom. So how do you make a custom function be called? GScript call a custom function. Custom function not working. You know that the help from the community is pretty good. I gotta say, like looking up questions. I don't know if this is really gonna answer our question though. That's interesting. I don't know if this helps me. You could either call it explicitly in the process function or connect it to a signal. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was doing, is I was just like smashing this into here. So function process delta, adding another if, but that seemed to be like bad to Ashkettle. And there it works. Yeah, it works great. Now I can click outside of it and close it if we're on state 1. So that works quite well. Welcome back, Storm Run, from the store. This works quite well. Yes. Dope. You know, I kind of want to keep some things visible in there. For example, let's open up the dialog panel. And I kind of feel like the characters' names should be visible. Or maybe just the character's name at the start. I feel like that should be visible. And then what we could do is, if I want to change the name, depending on which character it is. Now that's some interesting stuff. How does each know? How does each instance know that it's different? To work with the separate process state function, you just have to call it with process state inside there. I'm not sure what the calling it part means. Like, how would I call it? How to call a custom function, GDScript. In GDScript, you can call a function by passing a parameter, which is a variable. Okay, I don't know about that. Let's see what this video's got. This is Godot 3, so that could be different. Creating a func ref type process state as the last line of the process function. Just put it in there. That's it. Process state as the last line with the parenthetical and the delta parameter. Oh. And so if I wanted to create like another function, like, I don't know, process juicebox delta. Yeah, it doesn't exist, so it's angry. But if I were to create it, process juice box delta pass, that would resolve that. Cool. Neat. Thank you. That's so helpful, Albeska. I got you in my credits, right? Oh, we gotta get your name in there. We gotta get your name in there. Stat. Thank you. Thank you so much. So helpful. I've been gluing a house together all day. Like a real house? Oh, a game. In a game. Nice. Um, cool. Understood. And then so now it should work. Sweet. Thank you so much, Albeska. What a blessing. Thank you. Not like a, you know, I don't mean blessing. I'm so sorry. That's a loaded word. A real house. Oh, cool. Old. So the wood was separated. I just cocked the whole thing. Nice work. Oh man, that sounds like a lot of effort. That sounds like a lot of effort. And probably very good for the house. It's probably very, very good for the house. Separated wood, you just caulk it back together. That's all you gotta do. I didn't know you did that kind of work. That's pretty cool. Cool. So now if I want the them to be, what I'm imagining is that the them text is different depending on which friend it is. So I'm just spitballing here, right? I mean, before I spitball, I'm going to add a child, or not a child node. I'm going to instantiate a child scene. And then I'm going to do a friend. So we're adding a new friend. I want this to be friend 1. And friend 1, oh, I guess this is friend 2. I guess I could say this is friend 1 and this one isn't there. The like initial one. Right? So if I make it not visible, there's just nothing there. So I'm going to say this is friend 1. I don't know if it's a bad idea, but I'm going to have my like this one just be blank, like a null friend. Maybe that's like super silly, but I guess I could just remove it. I guess it doesn't make sense. I guess this would be friend 1 and this would be friend 2. Okay, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, this should be friend 1. The scene is the root. It just took me a second to wrap my head around that. Okay, so we're going to say instantiate child node, make it a friend, and I'm going to call this one friend 2. Stormrun says, I do a little of everything, but I would rather sit here and make games all day. That's understandable. Yeah, unfortunately, it's very, very difficult for games to pay the bills. It's so hard. Like basically unlikely. So I understand. Okay, so this is friend 2. What was that blank script? I guess that was this. Now it has a shared script. So if I come in here and I add gobbledygook right there, that's going to be on either of these now. So what I would need to do then, if I want a separate friend, because I can get, let's move this out of the way. Push him back. Play this. If I click on this, it's going to say them. If I click on this one, it's going to say them. It would be interesting to see if it's loading 2 of them or just 1 also. That's something I hadn't thought about. What if you click on another while 1 is open? So those are some things we'll have to think about at some point. But what I would like to say is if you click on this one, it's going to say friend 2. If you click on this one, it's gonna say friend one, right? So my guess is, just spitballing here, my guess is that I need to set up code that is going to check to see if am I friend one or friend two. If I'm friend one, then I set the label to say friend one. If I'm friend two, then it sets the label to friend two. Now, how I tell them who they are versus the other, that I don't know. Was your last Godot stream the first time you used the engine where it said hello twice? Yeah. That was my first time, literal first time. And I was able to create all of that with the help of the chat, of course. But overall, I found it a very capable and doable and usable engine. You can declare a var. Stormrun thought that said, I thought you said that declare war. That is what it looks like. First, you must declare war. Oh, God. Declare a variable with export. Oh, yeah, you were saying that earlier. Declare a variable with export to make it visible in the editor as a property of the node. Declaring war could work too. Listen, Godot, either you're going to add this feature that makes this easy for me, or I'm declaring war. Yeah, sure, totally viable. Declare a variable with export to make it visible in the editor as a property of the node. Declare a variable with export. Now, you did mention this earlier. I feel like I lost the message. But maybe not. Yeah, I think I lost that a long time ago. Export variable editor GD script node. Exporting node references in GD script is tricky. There's 6 important words in that sentence. It was someone else, but yes, it's a mention of, okay, yes, somebody said it. Let me see if I can find it at the risk of something. Export. It was S. Okay, S said, I think if you do, for example, at export variable some text. If you do, for example, at export variable some text in the friend script before the functions, you can have a variable that's different between the two friends. So we want to do, and it looks like they had it in brackets. Let me just copy their comment. So this is what S said earlier. I'm just going to paste it. S's previous recommendation. Oh, it's too long. All right, I didn't say this, but I'm typing it in the chat. But I'm not the one who said that. It looks like I'm the one who said it, but I'm not. Okay. All right, let's try it. Let's try it. So in the friend script, before everything else, we'll get that chat message out of the way. I want to type. I don't know if I need those brackets though. At export, it's already recommending the export to me. Export variable. Friend name equals, and we could do like a string. I would rather just do numbers, honestly. But then it's like, how do I new? The brackets and the at shouldn't be typed. The at shouldn't be typed? Really? And the at. I'm surprised. So I would just say export variable friend name equals 1. I think we do want the at. I could be wrong. In Godot 4. Thanks, Novid. Okay. At export friend var name. And so then now I have to find it somewhere in the editor. What's the yellow text mean? Which yellow text? This text here or this one? I'm not entirely sure. Yellow is strings. Yellow is strings. And then there's orange too, that I don't think is in this list that we have. At export. Yeah, so we could look that up. If I click in the documentation, this is a GDScript class. It's the GDScript class. Annotations, maybe? It's an annotation. GDScript, code, color, meanings. This is not what I was looking for. Check menu editor, edit settings, general text editor highlighting, sorry. Menu editor, edit settings. This is a little different. This is 3 years old. Text editor highlighting. Let's see if we can just find highlighting. Text editor, theme. Annotation. Yeah, so I think it's an annotation. It's an annotation. Just double click the text and a how-to appears. Actually, control click. It's a control click. So if I hold control, isn't it awesome, by the way? Yeah, if I hold control and I click on some code, it'll pull up documentation in the editor relevant to that code. Isn't that amazing? Dude, the documentation in Godot is amazing because it also has like back and forward. It's nested all over the place. It's got so much good stuff in it. Yeah, it's really cool. It's extremely cool. I agree. Okay. So we've created the variable, but now we just need to figure out how to actually find the exported variable somewhere. I mean, I have been noticing we have this stuff here. We have the different scripts. Oh, this is the, I see. It actually keeps open the pages here from the editor. So we can actually refer back to them, which is pretty cool. And then there's all the scripts too. I wish I could do that with nodes in UE5. Yeah, same. I get lost sometimes. The internet somehow doesn't know my problems. Yeah, documentation in Unreal is very bad. It's extremely not good. So let's see if we can find where these live. Godot, GDScript, exported variables. GScript exports. Class members get the means of value gets served in the recess. I feel like we should try something else. I feel like this is a little tricky. This actually doesn't have the at, but maybe this is 3.2. Yeah. That's 3.2. Is it the same page if we do 4? 4.1. Here we go. Okay, cool. Oh, wow. Look at that. It's already got the at. It looks like it's set up well. In Godot, class members can be exported. This means their value gets saved along with the resource, such as the scene they're attached to. They will also be available for editing in the property editor. Exporting is done by using the export annotation. In the property editor. Ooh. Okay. So here's the property editor, I think. I don't necessarily see friend name somewhere. I do see this, but I think that's different. Does it matter that their export was read in that web page? Probably not. My guess is that just highlighting it is what I think. But I don't know, because then this integer is too. And that example, the value 5 will be saved and is visible in the property editor. So maybe the property editor isn't what I think it is. An exported variable must be initialized to a constant expression or have a type specifier in the variable. Some of the export annotations, so maybe we have to be more specific too. Some of the export annotations have a specific type and don't need the variable to be typed. See the example section below. So we can just do this. I mean, I could do int. That's fine. If that helps it somehow. Variable friend name int equals 1. Have you saved the script after adding the export? I know, actually. Control S. Done. Saved. I've saved it. Oh, wait. Nope, not O. Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, shoot. There it is. It's right there. Let's go. Let's freaking go. And Stormrun, you'll recognize this. I mean, this is very Unreal-y here, where, if you type in, a variable name, we have lowercase with a underscore in between. It capitalizes the first words, puts a space in between, and it appears here. And look, it's got the number. That's pretty cool. So the export turns the line into a string, like JSON with JavaScript. With that's hard to say fast. Like JSON with JavaScript. Yes. I don't know. I actually have no idea. I don't know anything about JSON or JavaScript. So I just don't know. Someone might know. Does someone else know? I don't know. But it's not just about a string. It's making it so we can access it as a property. Now, if I come to the other friend here, I can see that it's a 1. I mean, if I set this to 2, right? I'm just making that a 2. Oh, look, on friend 1, it's still a 1. And then if I save it, Control S, export makes the variable accessible through animation, nodes, UI, and more. This is interesting. So now that I have made it exported, I see, I mean, it says in the script that it's equal to 1. Like, it's set to 1 in the script, right? But in the property, for friend 2, I've actually changed it to the number 2. Does that mean, I'm going to try it. Let's try it this way. Because what I would want to do is try to print a debug text that tells me, or even, what if we did this? Ivanite, right, we just put it in the text. Okay, let's try this. So I'm going to say that, I bet that right side takes precedence. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like UE5, totally. Totally. If you change an exported variable in the inspector, it saves the change! Dude, Godot is awesome. Okay, so if I want to update this text, right? This is in the dialogue, we have speaker them is the label we want to update. We want to change this text. So I'm going to try to say, hey, Ash Kettle. Yeah, we're making it happen. We're making it happen. Thank you for setting me on the right track. Certainly we had some good help from Albeska to keep on that track. Novid as well. So let's say that, I don't know where to put it. We got function for, I don't know, this. I don't really know why I care to put the input in this function versus elsewhere. This is just the initial click. This is for setting the state. I guess I kind of want it to be, like, I want the name to set at the beginning. So I guess I want to put it in the ready function, would be my guess. And so what I'm going to do is I want to say set, can I just start doing this? Set text? Oh gosh, I don't remember how to do this now. I don't remember how to do this now. I gotta look back at what we did before. I don't remember this at all. I want to pull up the old live stream and just see how we did this with setting text. Oh, right. So we have to declare what it is first. We have to say what the label name is, and then we can set text. Gotcha. Okay. So I'm going to say $, speaker them, right there. Dialog panel, speaker them. Anything after onReady should run after the web page loads. After it loads. I thought that in Godot, that's like for in UE you have event begin play. I think that's ready in Godot, but I could be wrong. So we want to do dot set text friend, and this is, I don't know which, I guess we want to say friend and then variable is actually what I want. Right? That's different in JavaScript. Great. Can't wait. I think I'm going to be doing some JavaScript on Wednesdays. We'll see. Ready gets executed when the scene is added to the parent's tree. Oh. Effectively at the beginning, but not necessarily. So the thing is, if I have this variable, I guess we want to say, I see what I want to say. I know what I want to do. I want to say, if friend name is set to 1, looks like I've done this incorrectly. Oh yeah, colon. Then speaker them set text to friend 1. If friend name is equal to 2, then make dialogue them, speaker them, set text to friend 2. Okay. I don't know if it'll work, but we'll see. So I come to the main scene. We have friend 1. The friend name is set to 1, the variable. And this one is 2. So I don't know. Let's see. So if I click on this one, hey, it's his friend 1. Okay, all right. So gotta check the other one. Let's go! Yes! All right, Hyper Game Dev chat team. Let's go. Wow. Dope. And then if I click on this one, oh, cool. And so it's switching between them. Look at that. Dope. Wouldn't it be easier to have the friend's name in an exported variable? Isn't that what we're doing? Oh, you're saying just make it a string. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't do that. Just like integers. 1, 2, 3. Sure, yeah, let's do that. So we could say that the variable is a string then. And I guess if I wanted it to be a string, I could just do friend name equals, and we could just say in what, parentheses, friend, then that's a string. And then if I save it, I mean, look at this. Yep, it says friend. And friend plus friend name. Okay. It's not what I was thinking, but maybe it is. So instead of set text friend 2, I would do set text friend plus friend name. Wouldn't I just do friend name? Just like that. Nice. And then I want, you don't need the else. You just set the text. Yeah, right. I love it. It's so much better. It's so much cleaner. Okay. And then this one, we want to say friend 1. And then the other one, we want to say friend 2. Play it. Check it out. Yes. Dude, this is awesome. This is so, dude, I find this, and I am being helped by you guys, and that is so important. Never have this many people helping me when I'm in Unreal Engine, so it's hard for me to compare. But off the top of my head, I have to say, I feel like this is way easier, and like I can produce results so much more quickly. We're back. If you're watching this after the live stream, it just skipped. Internet reset for a second. Sorry about that. I guess Python is similar to JavaScript because this kind of makes sense. I love that. I'm so glad. Yeah, that was a quick one. Cool. Well, I guess then at this point, where are we at on time? 6 hours. Oh gosh. What? 6 hours. I mean, I kind of wanted to do another thing, but I guess not. I guess we've done enough. I guess I should call it. I'm gonna play the outro. I mean, I want to keep going, but dude, that's too long. This is too long. What I would do next is I would want to start making these matter, right? Now, it looks like we do have some bugs that are introduced. I am just now noticing as I decide let's stop for now. We do have a bug. So if I click on this and I click on the menu, it closes it. It's not actually doing the menu options because it's still reloading the script if the collidable thing is below it or not. So if I click on a button over here, it closes it. If I click on a button in here, it's just like reopening it. So we have to actually tell that script not to fire. We actually want to add an extra condition. We need to detect if we're pressing a button or if we're pressing the UI. We actually don't want clicks to be detected on top of the UI. So that's a new bug that we have to figure out. We got some things working because what we could do before, so if I run this scene by itself, which I can evidently do somehow, I'm not exactly sure here. There we go. So here, what we're supposed to be able to do when we click on it is we get these three options, right? We can have an eager response, an even response, or a distant response. And those responses can either be positive, neutral, or negative. And so, what I'm thinking is we're gonna have to figure out next week how to get these signals meaning something, right? Like I'm sure we have nodes here relevant to that, right? We do. Some inspector setting to make sure the UI doesn't pass any input through it. Yeah, that's what we need. That's what we need. I feel like it has something to do with ignoring, but then again, maybe not. Can try with metadata, so it just adds something new. Whoa. It's been 6 hours. I know, I can't even believe it. So that's something we'll have to figure out, is we'll have to figure out how to make sure we can't click on it. So I'm gonna even take notes here. Let's say for next week, make UI block mouse input behind it. Right, we obviously want mouse input on mouse input. We want mouse input on top of it. We want to be able to click on it. Oh, Mir000 might even be able to get us this week. Inspector mouse filter. Oh shoot! It says mouse. It says mouse. Let's go. Oh shoot! All right, let's try it. Fixed, Mr. or Mir000. Thank you so much. Look at that, in the last moment. Let me make sure I get you on that credits list. Dude, this is gonna be the longest credits list of anything I've worked on Hyper Gamedev. Thank you kindly. So that's wonderful. So then that's not on next week's agenda. Although, let me make sure it's actually working right. Just, wait, it almost didn't work. It kind of works. It looks like we still have to maybe do a few things. We could probably select like all of these, you know? Click mouse, set them to ignore. It helped, you helped. We kind of still have the problem though. So I think we need to figure out some way to turn off the collision. I'm surprised that didn't work. But that's okay. We'll still figure it out next week. You still helped me. It still works a little bit better now, so that's a good thing. So we want to say not only make UI block mouse input, but say that dialogue visible means no friend clicking, right? So you have to click outside of the box or exit the dialogue, right? Exit dialogue to choose a friend. Which is probably good anyway, right? We don't want to be like clicking between friends anyway. There's no collision settings on the right. There are collision settings. But you know, we 6 hours. We ain't got time. So yeah, I guess I just have to. It's true. It was 6 hours, so we gotta save it for next time. Dialogue visible, no friend clicking, i.e., exit dialogue to choose a friend. To choose a friend. And then I want to also say that menu items get menu items input or use menu items input in the code will be something else we'll want to do. So let me save this. This will be our Godot You Are a Friend game. Let's go. Not too bad work, y'all. Yeah, we've done a lot. We've done a lot today, and I'm very proud of it. And I'm very thankful to you all for helping me. Who else I am thankful to are the wonderful patrons who support this channel with their money. What in the what? Thank you to them for doing that. You can join the Patreon, actually, if you head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev. You do not need to contribute with money. The Patreon is a way to have an email newsletter sent into your inbox. You go there, sign up for free, and you will get a special live stream every Friday in your email that you can't get anywhere else, where we check out stuff that you guys are working on and go over what happened in the last week, talk about the channel, stuff like that. Soon we'll be getting channel memberships, which will be a more affordable way to support the channel, and you'll get badges and cool stuff like that. So keep an eye out. I'm really excited for those features to become available. Besides that, if you just want to do an easy way to support HyperGameDev, Hyper smash that thumbs up button. Thank you for everyone who's already smashed it. I really appreciate it. It helps so very much. So thank you. I will be back tomorrow for the Game Jam. That's at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. You can come with any engine you want. For my dreamers out there on PlayStation, I'll have that ready so we can participate there as well. It's at 6 p.m. Eastern. It is a 1-hour game jam. Yeah, good luck. I think I might use GDevelop. We'll see. If you are watching this after the live stream, you can click right around here to watch a video that YouTube thinks is a good recommendation for you. If you want to see the last episode in this series, click right over there on the left. And if you want to watch the next episode in this series, click on the right. All right? Recommended's up here. Last episode there, next one there. All right. See you later, guys.